Day 2 of the Virtual Cheese Awards. Fantastic. Nigel Barden here. So excited. Yesterday was great. And it's been on the go, gosh, 6 years in. Fantastic. And we're going to find out who category winners today and the Supreme Champion 130 Supreme Judging Panel. All-female crew, brilliant. We've got Bronwyn Percival, Niels Yard. We've got Emma Young, the Cheese Explorer, Sarah Minnis from Waitrose, and Kay Brennan from Tesco. Brilliant. We've got a few highlights to go through. We've got an interview with Sarah from Waitrose at 12:10. We've got the Excellence Award announcements with Cara Bowen at 1:30 at 1:45. Cheese and Miller's Cracker Pairing, Nick Bain, Fine Cheese Company, and Stephen Fleming, George and Joseph. Hurrah. 1:15, chat with Will Lahr of Checker, one of our sponsors. We'll find out more about them, why Checkers is such a crucial system to have. Women in Cheese, brilliant panel at 3:00. And then Roger Cowgill of Lowfields Farm at 3:20. Headline sponsor, Riser UK. Going to find out all about them and why we need to have them in our lives at 3:40. And then around about 4:00, we've got the announcement of the winners, Virtual Cheese Awards categories, and the Supreme Champion. But before we do any more of that, we need to meet the crew. They're all here. They're behind me. I can assure you of that. There you go. Brilliant. Here we go. Sarah, you crazy youth. You were the one who said it all ago a few years ago. There you go. I can do that.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, Sarah DeWitt. So fantastic. Brilliant. Your voice is just about coming back. It was quite difficult yesterday, I have to say, for you. Not always great when you're about to go and do 2 days of on screen and then your voice packs up.
Not great at all, but I've been resting it. And I think everyone's been quite happy that I lost my voice yesterday.
No, not at all. Just tell you, but before you completely croak out, just again, the inspiration behind it, because you there and you had a great conversation with Nigel Pooley about why you brought these awards about and what was the scenario to make you do so at the time.
Obviously, it was to fill the gap in lockdown when everything was closed. All of the cheese events were actually cancelled. But then behind that, the main thing for me is from kind of cheese awards has always been that I want the cheese maker to actually see and feel the kind of comments and the kind of passion and the kind of whole judging piece, so that they could see it on kind of screen live. So usually it's kind of all behind closed doors, which is great, but this is something different so that you can get that kind of direct feedback from your amazing hard work for making cheese.
Yeah, and what we've proved is that it does work, but actually on screen, and also when you've got great judges like we have who paint great cheese pictures of what they're going through the process, and fantastic moderators as well. And behind us, I can feel the aura of a fine Cara Bowen moderator that you're going to be doing. Cara, tell us about what you're going to be up to today and how you see it work as well.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Nigel. Well, yeah, as you said, it's our 6th edition of Virtual Cheese Awards. And the quality of the cheese simply just gets better and better. And we're all extremely overexcited, especially as the team don't normally have the cheeses in front of them. It's just our renowned judges who do, but we have them here with us today as well. So we're going to be getting as excited as everybody else. I mean, I am going to be announcing our VCA Recognizing Excellence Awards in about 20 minutes, which is really about the people behind the cheese and celebrating them as well as the cheese. And then at 1:30, I'm really privileged to be moderating with an incredible panel of very strong and brilliant judges. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and we've had some 10 out of 10s this year. We've had the quality of cheese has been better than ever this year.
Absolutely. We've pushed that golden buzzer. The confetti's come down. It's been amazing. Yeah. So and I can't wait for everybody to actually listen to the judges and their input on those cheeses as well, because they are phenomenal. Yeah, well, talking of confetti coming down, and we're welcome to our piano room, but there is a piano in there somewhere, but there's someone even more special. There you go. I'm going to do, what am I going to do? That. There you go. There you go. You'll hate this, but there you go. Yes. Vicky Rogerson, well done. Thank you very much. It's been, I mean, this is quite
we're live. It's quite stressful getting everything together, but you've done a brilliant job doing that, and also the run up to it, and all the socials, the PR, the things that are actually crucial in this day and age. You know, we can't exist without them. So just tell us a little bit about the role to getting us to here today, because you've been one of the founders of these awards, but also as the day unfolds, what your role will be and how we'll be getting out this information to our adoring viewers.
Yeah, it's a long, complicated road organising these awards. Just in the sense of just gearing up and getting people excited about it, getting people to enter, telling people about what we're doing, and just managing the event. It kind of feels like if we did an in-person event, it would probably be simpler, because then you'd have one place and you could do it all in one go. But doing it virtually, as I'm sure Sarah will attest to, so getting cheese sent to judges and making it all arrive at the right time and all coordinated and all in the right place is, and then online as well, our brilliant event team that help us do it. It's kind of organised chaos, personally, but it's great and we love it, and it's a great experience. And the feedback that we get from cheese producers, that they see their cheese on being judged live online, it's so rewarding and so exciting, and that is why we do it. And there's a whole job after the awards, obviously promoting the winners and just getting other people excited about the great cheeses that we produce here in Great Britain.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that the quality over the years, not only that, but also the amount of people who want to enter into these awards. And they're a great adjunct to so many of the other awards, you know, the British Cheese Awards, the World Cheese Awards, the one Nantwich, such Artisan, because these are ones which actually give you a really good insight into what is going through the judges' minds, what they're looking for. And the joy of cameras on laptops now is that actually you can access this better than ever and really see the detail that's going through their mind. All we need now is scratch and sniff technology, because that's the next thing, because apart from that, we've pretty much got everything else.
AI scratch and sniff.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. It's a great experience for cheese producers see their cheese judged live, and honestly, the amount of comments and the language that our judges use to describe cheese blows me away. I think yesterday was something around like, on a Regent Street road, it smells like like rain on a Regent Street road, which is just mad. So it's just such a great, beautiful experience to be able to see your cheese judged live in that way by these experts. I mean, we've had Perry yesterday, 3 times Afternoon of the Year, and James Grant, all these brilliant people. It's honestly a real joy to watch.
Yeah, that was Charlie Turnbull with James Grant of number 2 Pound Street in Wendover. And it's just absolutely, you know, recent rain on a concrete street, but they were quite specific. It was Regent Street in London. But we all know what that smells like, you know, and to get that, and there was lots of, you know, new season asparagus, very topical, but all these great notes that come through, and it really takes you beyond, rather than just saying it's creamy and fruity, you know, which good as that is, but you need more specifics. So, well, we've got a really busy, exciting day ahead. I'm just going to do this and blank you out there for a minute, nothing personal, but this is about as live as you can get. So I just want to say thank you very much to all the crew, Sarah, Karen, sorry, Cara. I was doing so well. I know. And hiding Vicky. There you go. Nice bob haircut, like that. Very jealous.
Nice.
Okay, but we've got an interview to do.
Can I just do a quick shout out as well to our wonderful sponsors, the Speciality and Fine Food Fair, who allow us to showcase all the winners from our awards at their show. So all of the cheese experts can come, all of the top retailers in the world can come and see them. It is a trade fair, so it's not open to the public, but it's a fantastic place to come and see these amazing cheeses if you don't already know where to find them.
When is it and where is it?
It's at Olympia, London on the 10th and 11th of September, run by the wonderful Montgomery Exhibitions.
There you go. Thank you. That was a good old shout out. Well done to you indeed. And Riser UK, thank you very much as well for all your help being our headline sponsor. Okay, we've got a very fine interview to do, so we've got to crack on. Here we go. You can whatever you want to do, team. We are dotted around different parts of the house. Bardon Towers here. So the key is to make sure the dogs don't get in because they can create some havoc. And also, I'm really delighted that I've got not someone who's going to be judging with us today on our panels, but also this is the interview that I've been really looking forward to does all the cheese buying for Waitrose. Based in Marlborough in Wiltshire, and hopefully she's just waiting to come and join us. But here we go. I'm not sure if there's a sting, but let's find out. It's a big interview, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Sarah Minnis, of course, of Waitrose. Indeed, look at that. Look at that.
Good afternoon.
Still slightly does my head in, but you're there, we're away, and I'm here, and we've done this a few times, and it's great. But occasionally, I do get to see you, in person. The reason that these awards came out and about is because we all felt locked down, and we couldn't get hold of people in the cheese community, and to help the cheesemakers. And gosh, thankfully for all of us, it's quite a distant memory now.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, even with our busy lives and trying to get round to all of our producers, actually virtual meetings really help. It means we often do like 2 days of speed meetings where we catch up with all the producers once a year. And it's amazing, really, the technology. But it's also nice to see those producers in person, isn't it? And go to their sites and their farms. It's a lot more interesting than my office, probably in the middle of Marlborough. But
there again, your kitchen looks rather splendid. So, that's well done to you. And also, great opportunity today because you kindly opened the doors of Waitrose HQ to our finalists. Tell us more about what they can expect.
Yeah. We are massive bunch of foodies. We always talk about passionate partners serving food lovers who are our customers. And I can guarantee when there is food and free food on site, everyone comes down to have a look. And it's a big site we've got Bracknell. It's not the most luxurious place in the world. And when it's sunny, it's very nice. But yeah, we will set you up in the presentation studio, which will be just behind our exec kitchens. And then we just open the doors and let people just drop in between, normally it's like 11 and 2, but people just drop in for a number of hours over lunchtime. And people are just massively interested in finding out about the producer and the story and tasting cheese and very vocal at feedback. So yeah, it's a great, we've done different sessions like it before, and they're always really well received. Lots of people from marketing, from e-com, the exec team, the warehouse team, the partner dining room chefs, and loads of different people, but all who are really important to having a view and feedback to me. So as well as very vocal customers, I have very vocal partners who are always happy to talk about cheese and tell me what their favorites are and what they don't like and what's missing. So yeah, it's a great opportunity.
So we've got with our our winners, they're going to have the opportunity to pitch their cheeses.
Yes.
But also for the Supreme to be listed by Waitrose as well. So that again, fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, it's been great. So last year we already had the Witheridge and Hay that won. The year before we didn't have Montgomery's Cheddar, but that opened conversations with Jamie, and now it's in some of our counters and doing particularly well as well. So yeah, if that supplier wants to go that route and wants to use us as a bit of a showcase, then we are more than happy to do so if all the technical stuff's all signed off. I have to say that bit because my technical manager will me. But very important, all the technical stuff signed off as well. But yeah.
221 counters, I think, I might be wrong there, where we stocked by Waitrose. So again, this is it's a very major contribution. And also I know you work very closely with them. It's saying exactly what you want, but also if people want to scale up a business, but to ensure they don't lose that key magic of the flavor. I know you really that's that relationship with your suppliers, partners, really, it must be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's having that understanding that we're not trading a normal product. Cheese is very different. We love lots of volume. We always do. We can sell lots of volume, but that's not what it's about. And even with Jamie, for example, we manage a set amount of volume and that goes through our counters. And actually, if we run out, it's fine. If we have lots, we can equally just turn that on. So it's about that communication and that flexibility. We know we have customers that just love the cheese, so we just want to be able to showcase it and get it out to them. But there's never any pressure if we haven't got enough stock or we're managing limited volumes. That's absolutely fine as well. And sometimes that can be a benefit. Customers really value the fact it's a limited edition. I know at Christmas we launched in number 1 Yarlington from Kingstone Dairy, and that was a limited amount of stock, and that did very well for us because customers knew it was limited, and therefore it's almost got that extra special feel that's not going to be around forever.
Yeah. On that note, you just talked about Jamie Montgomery as well. Long tradition of cheesemakers, West Country cheesemakers. But I don't know if you've been to Teal's, the farm shop, which is a food hall, which is on their land in South Cadbury, in Somerset. But again, to see it now, the days of cheesemakers like farmers opening up, the agritourism, the whole element of being the days when you shan't pass the farm gate. That's all behind you. It's this whole other industry of getting people, to go and meet the cheesemakers, and in this case, through a fantastic. It says Teal's, smile, you're on a ley line, which I think is lovely. It's one of the best bit of graffiti outside I've ever seen, this great big purpose-built wooden building. But again, it's just to see the vision that people have. And you must see that all the time with enterprising cheesemakers, but farmers as well. And then the ones who put farm shops on their own farms, because, then alongside working with retailers like yourself. But it does seem a more active and busy market than ever before, but it's still a cautious market because people they want to, it's brass is short, so it's a matter of how they spend it.
Yeah, it is getting that balance, isn't it? And I mean, ultimately I want all people to buy more cheese and eat more cheese more often. That must be all of our goal. And we sell quite a breadth of cheese, but we certainly see our counters and our Waitrose number 1 driving that interest in artisanal cheeses, and especially British cheeses. And there's so much going on in that British world at the moment. I do think what I've noticed over the last 6, 7, 8 months is how many producers are coming to me with wild and wacky cheeses that they're working on, or just new stuff that they want to bring to market and want us to look at. And I think that experimentation is really interesting. And I was so lucky to judge the Affineur of the Year. It was a couple of weeks ago, last week.
Yeah.
And that was just fascinating to see just the science and the thought, and how these cheesemakers are creating those amazing different, well, just being brave enough to experiment and knowing that not everything will work, but some of it does. And you sometimes get those amazing cheeses within that. But to have artisanal suppliers come to me and say, look, this is what we've been working on, we think that'd be great for your customer, is just amazing. I feel so privileged to see it from them. And there's a lot of that going on. And maybe it stemmed from some of the stuff we did with Nettlebed on our Leckford wash, which we worked with them on to create a different cheese. But now all of that's using products from British farms. Our Leckford sparkling wine is from our own Waitrose farm, so it's really special to us. And to combine it with the Nettlebed cheese is even more special. So yeah, those collaborations, I think, as well, create stories that customers are really interested in.
You actually just touched upon the place. It was Perry Wakeman who won the Affineur of the Year for the 3rd time, which is pretty amazing. But actually, if people didn't particularly know, just tell us about the process of what the finalists did during that process, of what they did with the cheese, what the cheese was, and how it was then left up to them. If people don't particularly know the Affineur process.
Yeah, there's about, I think it's 4 or 5 different cheeses. Just trying to remember how many I saw now. And the cheesemakers take the base cheese back, and then from what I could see on the notes they were writing, they would then create their vision of what they wanted to aspire to do to it. And it might be move it towards a different type of cheese, or add loads of flavors in, or I had the Caerphilly section I was judging, and there was lots of wrapping and washing, and just to make it do different things really and create those extra tastes. But I think seeing the journey of the cheesemaker from their thought process initially right through to the end, and then being able to taste the cheese, you could see it come alive. So where I'd read a lot of that on the train on my journey up, I could see which one I was then judging. It was fascinating, really clever, and just shows the talent we've got in the UK as well.
Yeah, I mean, what's good? So it's in the section, we had a base cheese that the Zen
Yes.
said, here you go. This is a young cheese. It's just going out on its aging journey. And then each of the different affineurs would age it differently with different influences, different environments. They could be in a cave, they could be in an airing cupboard, depending what they thought, how often they turned it. So and then the same base cheeses you then taste to see, and they can be remarkably different. And a lot of them obviously were.
Yeah, you get sort of 8 different versions of the Caerphilly or there's Solstice, there was some other cheddar, there was a Crockwell Bishop. I think the blues are always quite hard, was what everyone was telling me, to get that blue through and do different things to it. But we had some really beautiful blue cheeses. So yeah.
So someone like Perry Wakeman from Rennet and Rind, who was Affineur of the Year, would he have then done that with each of the different cheeses?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, there were, from what I could see at the end, there were, because you can't see it when you judge it blind, but from what I could see at the end, there were certain affineurs that had entered 3 or 4 different cheeses, or even 4 or 5. So that was nice to see, and they thought about each one differently and done different things to each one as well.
Yeah, amazing. I just love that level of detail, because then and it's people like me and you, but I mean to then spread the love and tell the public, on the radio or however I'm operating, to say, look at this is an incredible, and people are really, excuse the pun, but hungry for knowledge, and it's great that you can put it over and then they can taste the difference. And that's the difference. Like, you want to have a consistent cheese, but obviously the milk's going to change all the time because of the seasonality of that milk. So, whether you want it or whether you've got to expect different things at different times of year. And it's a matter of, again, that not only that relationship for you at Waitrose, working with the people who are producing the cheese, but your customers as well, to tell them that you will get some variation in cheeses. But that's a good thing.
Yes, I think as long as the quality is consistent, I think they understand in some areas the taste will be different as you go along that journey. But yeah, experimenting in cheese, we call it value add, but there's a lot of value add stuff going on. I've just seen a link for a Parmesan that's been produced with truffle in it at the production process. And then burrata's been injected with stuff. So that I think there's a desire from customers to see maybe a more untraditional mix to get lots of flavors in and get those taste buds going and try different things. So yeah, that is really exciting as well to see.
And also, I think it reflects, British consumers. I mean, and particularly Waitrose, in your case, customers, that they are pretty experimental. We are adventurous in our palates. We want to try these different things, alongside the Trident, and that just makes it so exciting. I mean, and I always think, whenever there's a whole thing about trying to live in the moment for me at the moment, to enjoy this conversation with you as a bigger picture of being part of a Virtual Cheese Awards, because it is an incredible industry. But obviously the joy of making and giving and producing, but from food and drink, is great, because you just, when that smile on people's face when they think, oh, this is good, and you've made it, or in your case, you've sourced it and you've worked with that cheese maker, and now it's out there, and that must give you a massive satisfaction.
Yeah, I must admit, when anything new launches, or you're just tracking something because it's come into season, to look at those numbers daily and just see them going up and coming in, that is really that is the good bit of seeing it all come through. And the reviews as well, our customers will review stuff, and so many products have 5-star reviews, and if they don't, they will tell you, they will send a letter to RMD saying, I didn't like this product, and could you look at it? And then it comes slowly down to me. So yeah, I think we're very lucky with our customers. They are food loving. They're not all Michelin chefs, but they love their food and they want some guidance, but they're equally open when we launch new stuff and it might have new flavors in or different. They'll try it. They will go and try it and then let you know. So yeah, it's a really exciting time, I think, to be in cheese in particular, but retail as well.
Because it is a cautious financial market for lots of people. I think a lot of them are not eating out as much because it's that much more expensive than it was. But they are upscaling. They're buying better products to then cook with at home. And cheese and meat and fish and all the different and great vegetables are really key to that. But you don't mind. But I'm not going to go out as much. But I want to make sure that when I do eat at home, I eat well. I'd love to know. Firstly, what did you study at the Uni of Southampton?
Oh, law and politics.
There you
Completely
go. Just
different.
I mean, who would have thought, when you graduated at this time of year, you'd just been finishing your exams not that long ago, your finals, the law and politics at uni at Southampton, but to bring you on this journey, to think that what you're doing now, this conversation we're having, what the young Sarah would have thought at the time, but also the journey you have been on to get here.
Yeah, I think it was funny. I was listening to some of the conversations yesterday, and cheese very much found me. I wasn't sort of looking for it. So when I got out of university, I had that usual conversation with my dad that said, "You're not staying in bed every day, so go and get a job or sign on, but you've got to get up and do stuff." And I just fell into working in a beauty industry, a beauty factory, not far from here, really. Spent
beauty in Trowbridge. There you go.
That's right. And spent 15 years there, and then thought I'd worked a lot with M&S actually, whilst I was there doing various different private label, and I thought I'd quite like to be a buyer. And a role came up in Waitrose as the beauty buyer, and I'd never interviewed for anything in my entire life, and went along and got that job. So I was like, well, this is meant to be. And then we had a few changes at Waitrose, which meant that I had to work on different areas outside of beauty. And during COVID, I literally was buying household cleaning stuff and supporting on toilet roll. And that was crazy. So once I came out of a year of cleaning and all of that, I was like, I don't want to do this. I'm not sure I want to be here anymore. And somebody said to me, why don't you try a food area? One of my managers, Giles Fisher at the time, it's like, try a food area. You're here in Waitrose, it's foodie, like you'd be crazy not to. And cheese came up. It was just one of the ones that was there. So I went for it. I wasn't sure what's going to happen, but I've just loved it. I've loved it. And, being able to, I think I worked out early on, I'd have to build my knowledge and build my capability and just absorb everything like a sponge in order to do a very good job. And so the Academy of Cheese has been brilliant. And, I've gone through level 1 and 2. I've got one more exam to do on level 3, and then I would have nailed that. And hopefully then I can work towards my master's. So studying all that has been fascinating, though I must admit the scientific bit I'm never going to get. I mean, as I said, law and politics, science isn't going to be in the same spectrum, but to develop all that knowledge in order to buy better and to give my customers better selection, I think is just so important. And just to understand and go to production facilities and, understand what's going on and what the costs are and what that then converts to for a customer, and then to bring all the stories alive. And it's really important. So I have loved it, and hopefully I'll be here to stay for a bit longer. There's plans to move me on. So as far as I know.
No bubbles for that. Actually, I thought you'd been cloned for a while, because I saw you at so many different industry events, but also then out and about on the farms, on the, all the different things that you do. And talk about that. Obviously you've got a very fertile mind and brain with it, but to go out there and completely immerse yourself in this remarkable industry, and that's it was really apparent to me, seeing you doing that, and with and there are a lot of very happy customers, but some brilliant producers who are very delighted of the interest that you have shown, and also the energy and vim and vigor, and to motivate your team and everything that goes with it. And it is, it's a great counter to have your cheese displayed on. And also what I love about it, because I go to lots of different stores, but every time I go into Waitrose, I'll always go to the deli counter and ask and see how much someone knows. And again, that level of training, I know, absolutely key to you and the team.
Yes, yeah. And that's why we have such the passionate partners thing is so important to us. We need them to be able to talk to customers and just get their natural passion across, really, that they love cheese. We have lots of immersion days with producers coming in or doing WebExes, and the partners love that. Partners would love to go to farms. There's some that go to local farms in different areas. I'm sure Rogers at White Lake's always got some people from Waitrose down there. There's that bit is really important. And for me then to feed it up through my team and across my team and to the exec and, up to James Bailey, so that, everyone's cheese is really important. It's It's amazing, and it's a great category, and we're supporting lots of different producers. So yeah, that's part of our DNA, and it's easier to talk about and do, I think, in some other the meat and fish area, because we have sort of single source suppliers, and we're well known for our support of those industries. I think cheese, when you've got hundreds of producers behind lots of other people, it's sometimes harder to nail that one message with the customer. But it's still important that we are supporting that industry and understanding it, and part of bringing on some artisan suppliers or managing it, or just talking to them and understanding, you've got a great cheese. Is it something you'd like to do to list with us? Shall we start small? And I think you alluded to it earlier, being local and regional, selling in 4 branches is great for those customers around. It doesn't always have to go straight into 220 branches. And it's not right to do so, because those branches sell different cheeses to different people depending on who's buying in that area. So that thought process as well is really, really important.
Yeah, brilliant. I could listen to you all day, but I'm going to listen to you later on, because you've got a very special panel. So you're going to be coming up with we're going to taste all the category winners and then Supreme Champion, alongside obviously Bronwyn Percival, Emma Young, and Kay Brennan. So you've got, it's a fantastic quartet. So really delighted.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, I think.
Very good. And what a great way of viewing it, seeing you all going through that tasting process from that very kitchen that you're in at the moment. So we'll be back for more. But in the meantime, thank you so very much. The beauty world's loss is definitely the cheese and dairy world gain, and to us as well. And thank you for your time in this interview, and I look forward to seeing you. It could be the Great Yorkshire, it could be any, all the different places.
Stafford. I think Stafford's next, isn't it?
Stafford indeed, yeah. But Sarah, in the meantime, thank you so very much, and we'll be back for more. And I really appreciate your time. Hurrah! Brilliant. There you go. That was it. The big cheese interview done and dusted for the moment. Sarah Manners, thank you, because we're moving on, and it's the Virtual Cheese Awards Excellence Awards winners, which is really again, just a key element to what we're all about here, and just shining a light on some very special people. And in this case, particularly, I'm joined by Cara Bowen. So she's going to be telling us who's won what. But welcome to the Virtual Cheese Awards Excellent Award Winners section. There you go. We're all in the right, vein. Here we go. I know we are out and about there somewhere. So it's just, let's hope we are. I'm just going to come back to this. So you've got your, there you go. Cara, tell us all about it and what we're up to.
Fantastic. Thanks, Nige. Yes, as Nige has alluded to, there are some incredible, amazing people in the cheese industry. And whilst we're delighted to celebrate the incredible cheeses, we would be nowhere without these passionate and dedicated people behind the scenes. So the Recognising Excellence Awards were created to shine a light on these people who make a huge difference and in our eyes need celebrating. Our first award is the Cheese Hero Award. During the pandemic to shine a light on the cheese industry, let it be showcased, let it be heard, and most importantly, help it survive. Out of this came many stories of devotion, passion, collaboration, and what that did was shone a light on the brilliant people in the industry. We have many stories come our way, which is why we find it really important to highlight our Cheese Hero of the Year. So for 2025, our Cheese Hero has been in the dairy industry for over 40 years. During that time, he has had a variety of roles, including buyer and deli manager, and now he's probably chief cheese guru. He's built up an incredible wealth of knowledge, which remains well respected throughout the industry today. He's always on the lookout for new and up-and-coming producers and always willing to share his knowledge and expertise with anyone who asks. Within Rowcliffe, our cheese hero is described as the go-to for anything cheese related. He always has time for suppliers and specifically helps to nurture new ones to give them the best start in the industry whilst continuing to champion the existing ones and the relationships that Rowcliffe builds with them. He dedicates many, many hours outside of the usual 9 to 5 to keeping up to date with the latest industry knowledge. He attends lots of conferences like the SCA conference. He judges at all sorts of awards as well as ours and PTF events. We are really delighted to confirm that this year's Virtual Cheese Awards Cheese Hero goes to the wonderful Paul Heisman from Rowcliffe.
Hooray! Brilliant, fantastic. Well done, Paul. Did a great job as well for us yesterday, judging. And he's just a great, calm voice of cheese, but also his knowledge. He wears it lightly, but he's brilliant.
Yeah, and that comes through from the application that we got for him as Cheese Hero this year.
Yeah,
fantastic.
So well done. Great judge, paints lots of great pictures, and yeah, cheese knowledge is sublime. So well done to him. But there you go. Moving on.
Moving on, our next award is the Young Cheesemaker of the Year. Amazing number of entries that we get for this particular award, that hopefully means that there are many passionate young cheesemakers to come through over the next few years as well. We firstly want to highly commend Ray Stewardson of the Bath Soft Cheese Company, who has been nominated by her peers and also the entire company. What a fantastic passionate young woman she is. However, this year's recipient is only 27 years old, but has accomplished a lot of stuff in a very short period of time. We received multiple entries for him, all describing him as an incredible, hardworking, inspirational, passionate, and dedicated young man. He simply loves making cheese, and he speaks so passionately about it. He describes each cheese that he makes like a new baby for him to look after and nurture, and then send it on its way. Isn't that incredible? Every new thing he learns or makes, he does with such ambition. His colleagues describe him as amazing to watch. They are so proud of him and for the time, thought, and dedication that it takes for him to do his job. He speaks about cheese every waking moment and how he would like one day to own his own dairy, raise his own animals, obtain his own milk, and make his own cheese. He works tirelessly, loves what he does, and does it with blood, sweat, and tears. He is a real inspiration to his family, colleagues, and many others. Our 2025 Young Cheesemaker of the Year is Charlie Donaldson from Highwell Dairy.
Hey, brilliant, fantastic. Well done, Charlie. And yeah, you should be very proud of yourself, and brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Again, great. This is it. This is the lifeblood of the industry. It's the future.
Absolutely. Well done, Charlie.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see you making your own cheeses and entering them in many years to come.
Yeah, brilliant indeed. There you go.
Moving swiftly on to the new Cheesemaker of the Year 2025. We have a highly commended in this category, and it goes to Daniel Greenwood from Eldwick Creamery in Bingley.
Hey, well done, Daniel. Hurrah. All that hard work's paid off. It's brilliant.
Well done. Well done. So this year's winner has achieved a huge amount in a very short space of time. He is the founder of Friars Farm and the Northampton Charcuterie Company. It was the first business he set up back in 2013, and it kicked off his passion for his small businesses and supporting local people and local businesses in the area that he works in. With no cheesemaking experience apart from a one-day course, in 2021, with the help of a close friend, he set up his own cheesemaking company and simply dove straight into it. As with his other businesses, he is very particular about where his ingredients come from and will only use the best milk from local suppliers, as he's keen to support local businesses. Only 2.5 years later, he has become one of Northamptonshire's most decorated cheesemakers, winning many recognised cheese awards. Our 2025 new cheesemaker is Stephen Reed of the Northampton Cheese Company.
Whee! Brilliant. Well done. Fantastic, Steve. Fantastic.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Brilliant. New cheesemaker again, lifeblood of the industry. So well done to him. And Daniel Greenwood, of course, from Eldwick Creamery in Bingley. Yeah, we're in good hands with those two. But there we go. Yes, it's finale time. Over to you, Cara.
Yeah. Sadly, this is our final award in this section, and it is our sustainability trophy. Our nominee and winner is no longer with us. This year's winner demonstrated visionary leadership at the Ethical Dairy and made a lasting impact on British farming and therefore British cheesemaking. She championed a pioneering cow with calf model, placing animal welfare at the heart of dairy production. Her commitment to sustainability drove the adoption of regenerative practices, reducing reliance on imported feed, and led to significant investment in renewable energy, creating a low-impact ethical food system. She was an incredibly generous advocate for transparency, knowledge sharing, rural resilience, inspiring change across the industry. Her legacy is one of courage, compassion, and innovation. Her life's work stands as an enduring testament to her belief that animal welfare, environmental sustainability, and commercial success need not be mutually exclusive. In every sense, she accomplished what she set out to do, making a profound difference that will influence dairy farming for generations to come. We are absolutely delighted to announce our 2025 Sustainability Trophy winner is the incomparable Wilma Finlay.
Brilliant. Fantastic. And I know that we have indeed David with us. So there you go. Brilliant. David, greetings to you. I'm just going to get you up on screen because I can do this. There you go. Nice to see you. Yeah, pretty special award, just of a life lived to the full, to the richest of levels, and also a human dynamo.
Thank you, Nigel. Yes, she was a one-off.
Yeah. Okay. It's probably not the easiest of interviews to do, but just great to be absolutely recognised as well. And tell us a little bit about the farm at the moment where you are, because I think it was Jane, but you've had a bit of an issue with Ms. Heron has had a little bit of an injury, but she's back with you soon.
Hopefully, yes. All being well. Yeah, well, the sun's shining. The grass is growing again. It stopped for quite a while, and hopefully the cows haven't got knocked back too badly with the shortage of grass that we've had in this area. It's west of Scotland, and it's not something we're usually suffering is dry spells of weather. It's been almost 3 months, but the rain arrived last weekend, so things are looking up. The farming model is something we've been working on, Wilma and myself, over the last 25 years, and it's been largely down to her vision and energy and drive that we've got to where we are. And we think we've got a very good model where we're pasture fed, 100% pasture fed. We're organic. And latterly we've moved to a system of milk production, which allows the calves to stay with their mothers for 5 or 6 months, which is quite unusual in the dairy industry. So, yeah, and we're still managing to get enough milk to make cheese as well. So that's been good, a bit of a relief.
Yeah, no, well done. Absolutely. I know the irony is on the west coast of Scotland isn't, you don't think the Riviera, of Galway, but no, brilliant. But, the rain has come a bit, but we just hope you have a great summer ahead of you. But this is really just such a recognition of a very special couple that you are, but Wilma in particularly. And I think Cara absolutely nailed it there. Someone who's been a massive inspiration and will continue to be so, and with the joy of it that we can eat your fabulous cheese and think of her every time we do. And it's just great, and we wish you all the very best of success. Everything, the DNA will be in every element that you actually on a daily basis. I know that, but fantastic. Wilma Finlay, we salute you absolutely. And David, thank you very much for being you. And we wish all the very best to all the crew and have a great summer and year ahead. Congratulations.
Nigel, Cara, thank you. Thank you very much.
No, not at all, David. That's it. You can go and land that aeroplane now, because that's look as though what you're doing there, air traffic control.
It's to try and keep the noise from outside coming in.
Don't worry, busy life. We know that. We like that. Thank you so very much, David Finlay. Hey, brilliant.
Thank you,
and Wilma,
David.
of course.
Congratulations.
Thank you indeed. Right.
Bye-bye.
Not at all. Moving on. It's that time. We're out just on pretty much schedule, which is always a joy. And it's the here we go. We've got the British and cheese and Miller's cracking pairing with Nick Bain and the Fine Cheese Company in Bath. Thank you very much, Cara.
Nice.
And Stephen Fleming will be waiting in the wings. So let's get on to our Virtual Cheese Awards cheese and cracker pairing. Yes, yabba dabba do. To you, fantastic. There you go, looking very fine and on different visions and different worlds. And Stephen, welcome Leeds. There you go. It's actually Monk Fryston, isn't it? Particularly.
That's right. Yeah, we're about half an hour's drive out of Leeds. Yeah, coming to you from home today. So yeah.
Yeah, and all the early years that you did at North Tyneside College for A levels. There you go. Birmingham Uni. 2-1 computer science, software engineering. Who would have thought that you would end up in front of a screen with a load of fabulous cheese and bickies?
Who would have thought it? Not me. No, you've done some real digging there. You've done your research, Nigel.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, that's great. That's a brilliant journey. But then talk of someone who's got a brilliant journey. Nick Bain, the theatre and the music world's loss, although I'm sure you still be tinkling the ivories every now and then whenever you can, is definitely our gain. I know that actually from Northern California, Mill Valley, San Francisco originally. I've done my deep stalking here, but obviously Royal Scottish Academy of Music and Drama, MA in Theatre, well done to them. But then, and also I love this fact, you've won Best Wash Rind and People's Choice Awards for the Pete's Sake, the White Lake cheese salt matured in Lafroy whiskey brine. It was a whole other world, the Affaner of the Year. So you are, welcome and found a happy home, of course, at the Fine Cheese Company in Bath. How are you doing, Nick? You looking well?
I'm great, and thank you very much. And those were two fantastic awards. And then just the other week, we were really stunned, wonderfully, to take 4 different categories at this year's Affaner of the Year Awards. So onwards and upwards with that. Huh?
Well, great. Perry again came through, but as an Affaner, Stephen, it's just amazing. But what the aging process, if you ever want to see it in one good example of you start off with the same cheese, but half a dozen different Affaners can make it taste completely different by the time we finish with it.
I may not do the.
Sorry, Nick. I'm just going to ask Steve. I just asked Stephen that one. Go on. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Nick. It's wonderful. One thing that eternally fascinates me about the world of cheese is the variety you can get from the same sort of base ingredients, and then the maturing, the affinage adds a whole other load of dimensions to that as well. And sort of been to the Affaner myself a couple of times, And it's wonderful to see all the different takes on the same starting point and the different directions they go into. It's truly wonderful.
Yeah, no, brilliant journey. Nick, tell us about it. Your relationship with Miller's. How did that come about? Here we go. We've all got this fantastic range. I certainly have here. Lucky me. And yeah.
Well, in terms of the Millers, it's a very a nice, simple relationship and an easy one to explain. In that, I've worked for the Fine Cheese Company now for 7.5 years. And Miller's is more or less another arm of what we do. So we are both the Fine Cheese Company, and our other arm is Artisan Biscuits, which is our bakery in Derbyshire. And we make our crackers and biscuits both under the Fine Cheese Company's own range, as well as the Miller's range. They're just two slightly different styles of crackers, but both absolutely delicious and both very much meant to pair with cheese and, of course, whatever else you're going to put on it. But I think cheese is the great vehicle for everything, isn't it?
Absolutely, for sure. But again, to complement, but not to dominate too much. Although, depending what the cheeses are, as we're going to work out here, the range of different cheeses that you've got, and how it came about as well. When I was a child growing up in the north of England, Stephen, I do remember what we'd always have, we'd call raw cheese, just when you had cheese on its own, without a cracker or without a chutney or something. And I always thought, particularly with chutneys, you would all give it, if a cheese was a bit dull, you'd just slather it in chutney or something. But otherwise, you don't want to dominate a fine cheese. And similarly with that marriage with a good biscuit, it wants to be a happy harmony.
Absolutely, yeah, I really agree. And I'm a big fan of the... It sounds like we're doing the crackers a disservice, but I think Nick made a good point earlier about they've got to be not too overpowering. They've got to sit well with the cheese and let the cheese shine, which actually means they kind of have to be disappear into the background a touch, but in a good way. But there is an opportunity to have, as we'll see with some of these today, to actually bring some flavours through that will really complement and enhance the cheeses too.
Well, on that note, we should, crack on. Stephen, just talk us through the first cheese and Nick the Bicky and however you want to play it.
Sure. So first cheese we've got is the legendary Stinking Bishop, which is one of the kind of sort of classic British cheeses, I would say, made by Charles Martel and his company down in Gloucestershire. This has been around since 1972, so this has been there through the resurgence of British cheese making in the last sort of 20 or 30 years or so. And look at that, yeah. Been out of the fridge for a bit. Mine's gone the same. We've got this super gooey, oozy centre. This is a cheese where the aroma kind of leads, and it can be a little bit off-putting to some people because it does have that old trainers kind of aroma to it at times. However, it's worth going through because the flavour and the textures are so lovely and soft, and the flavours are really sort of buttery and meaty and mellow. It is one that people come into our shop and ask for by name, which is unusual for British cheeses. Look at that. The name, interestingly, comes from the variety of pear. It's washed in fermented pear juice, and the pear variety is Stinking Bishop, which is where the name comes from. There you go. It's got a punch, hasn't it? So there we go. That's the cheese. Tell us about the cracker.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it certainly is a classic, like you said, and one of the really recognized classics, but more of what we would call the modern British dairying, isn't it? With a cheese like this, my approach is that it's going to stand out in and of itself. Now, there are two directions you could go with something like this. You could try to match that funk in some sort of way, or because the bark is a bit worse than the bite, and the actual cheese itself is a little bit more subtle and a little bit more well-rounded, kind of meaty but milky, has those slight farm notes, but nothing too strong. I think the best idea is to not try to dominate it with anything else, not try to match it with anything else, but let it stand on its own. That's the reason I chose the Miller's Damsels, the buttermilk cracker. So it's just a really nice, straightforward, crispy buttermilk biscuit. Exactly. That's these lovely ones right there, which I believe you've been enjoying as well while you've been judging. It's nice and neutral, but has that slight milky flavor from the buttermilk. And is a really good support for a cheese like this. Something slightly bready against it almost, if you think about it, but nothing that'll overwhelm it, and just really lets the aromas and flavors of the Stinking Bishop stand out. And it really comes out against it. You know, I want to smell that Stinking Bishop. I want that characteristic aroma to jump out of me. And if I'm hiding that with something else, it almost does a disservice to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a nice balance. I have to confess, I was munching on these before we came on air, just on their own, the crackers, and they just really straightforward, but really high, beautiful quality, beautiful flavour. I think you can put lots of things on these as well as this cheese. But it's a great foil for this very big personality cheese, shall we say?
And there's a nice sweetness to the cracker too. So those savory elements of the cheese really stand out against that too. They come to the forefront a little bit more, and I think it just works well together. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think you'd be done the right thing to not battle with the cheese or try to outdo it. Definitely not a thing to do in this case.
And you were actually right. Yeah. But also what you said about Stinking Bishop again, the nose actually is pretty punchy, but actually in the mouth, it's far more delicate, nuanced, and there's lots of fruit in there. It's an incredible cheese and absolutely in perfect condition today.
Charles Martel is just such a wonderful cheesemaker, and it's nice to be able to continue to taste the just excellence in the work he does.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. There you go. Over to you, gents. Moving on.
So, the second cheese then, the switchboard. I thought I could do all this onto one board, but they're quite large pieces, so I'm not complaining about that. We have Spenwood. So this is a Pecorino-inspired sheep's milk cheese, which is made by Village Made Cheeses. And they are in Risley in Berkshire. Anne and Andy Wigmore are the leads there. They make a variety of other cheeses, including a soft sort of brie-style sheep's milk cheese, which they've named Wigmore. They do a cow's milk version called Waterloo, but this is their hard Pecorino style. So this is going to be savoury, slightly nutty, slightly with a nice sort of dry finish. It's got a bit more backbone to it in terms of the flavour than maybe the Stinking Bishop has. And it looks like we've got this paired up with the Miller's Ale crackers.
Exactly. And also a quick shout out to Jake Wigmore and Kaylee, who are carrying on the tradition of making this wonderful cheese that dates back to the mid-1980s. When I think of a Pecorino style cheese, particularly something like this that was based roughly on a Pecorino sourdough recipe that is very much its own thing, I think of a cheese that not only is good on its own, but is really meant to be had with things. It's meant to be enjoyed as part of a complete meal. And Spenwood in particular is just delightful. It has those, slightly berry notes to it that, like you're mentioning, almost a sort of hazelnutty quality underneath things, that rich lanolin. And there's, again, this sort of fruity sweetness that runs along against the salt of the cheese. And so I thought the perfect thing would be an absolutely classic style of almost Miller's cracker. So you have the hops, you have the barley, you have the malt, and you have the ale in this cracker. Slight bitter notes, very slight bitter notes to stand out against the sweetness and those kind of cereal flavors as well. I think bitterness is not always embraced as enough of a positive thing.
Yeah, I'd agree. People sort of hear bitterness and they got their guard up, but it can be a really good thing. And I think this is a good pairing.
When you have that kind of cereal grain and again slight almost hoppy bitterness, very very slight against this, it really brings even more of, I think, the milk of the cheese as a flavor that comes out more. I think in general I quite like hops as an element to play with matured goat's milk and matured sheep's milk cheeses in particular. I think it has a lot to offer. And in this cracker, might not be a beer itself, which I certainly would like as well, but it works really wonderfully against that. And such a wonderful cheese, the current best British sheep's milk cheese in British Cheese Awards as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's a really good cheese, this one.
How do you like it, Nigel?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. Funny enough, you're talking about hops, but also it's an ingredient you see a lot more. Funny enough, I'm tasting on the radio tomorrow with Simon Mayo on Grace Hits Radio, and I've got a Citra hop. So it's a combination of citrus and hops, but in a kombucha. And it just gives it kombucha's the days of a stewed tea are long past, and a lot of those influences come from America and Canada as well. But so hops gives it that lovely bite and drive to it, but it cuts through the richness of a fabulous cheese like this as well. And I love the fact on that note with the hops is that you've got the you've got a great ale biscuit here. And so it was a perfect symmetry to it all. I think that's what I'm trying to say as well. There's another company called Holos, Holos, Holos and Momo, two great kombucha makers. And again, certainly with Momo, they were in America, they're in New York when they tasted kombucha for the first time. And we thought, this is great. It's like a grown-up soft drink that would go real, but it goes so well with a cheese board as well. Although I've, funny enough, also got some Viata apple juice from out the back. This is our own, slightly cloudy. It'll keep me regular. But
Sure
yeah,
it is.
yeah, but it's just, again, but you need that acidity as well just to cut through. But a fabulous cheese like this, and yeah, it really works well. And obviously, at a complete contrast to the Stinking Bishop, which is, you couldn't have the joy of a great cheese board. It's just taking you on that journey. But when you can match it up with great, like these Miller's biscuits to go with it. But yeah, that the ale element, the hop element was really interesting, and yeah, well done to you.
I'm glad you think so. And one thing I hadn't mentioned also is just texture. One thing I loved about these ones is that little extra crunch in there. Again, from I think the barley that's in there, you get this little sort of nice gritty crunch to it. And against a smooth, fatty cheese like the Spenwood there, it provides a nice sort of textural contrast, I think.
I agree with that. I mean, a lot of the time when we're judging, we're talking about appearance and visual texture and taste. One thing I'm always very keen to sort of look on is mouthfeel. And you're absolutely right, the mouthfeel in combination, that extra kind of texture from the cracker combined with the smoothness of the cheese, just continues a wonderful taste experience with the sensory experience in your mouth as well. Really good.
There's almost a rich chocolatey mocha element to that biscuit. It's really complex, but I think there's a lot going on. But it you've chosen the cheeses so brilliantly well, that they match up. It's a great combination with the Spenwood. But both of them, the flavors come through and complement each other rather than dominate. And I think, again, that's a really good example. So,
whether it's cheese and crackers, cheese and beverages, the idea is always find balance in things that vary, right?
Absolutely. And you're there if the two are both elevated as well to how they are on their own, then you're onto an absolute winner, aren't you? I have to say, at times when you're researching pairings, if it goes wrong, if the pairing really doesn't work, you really know about it, don't you? Because
it's a shame research involves so much tasting. Oh no, terrible.
Yeah, so it's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it.
I mean, Stephen, I know it's difficult. I mean, running a business like yours, you so many different hats that you're wearing, but how much of your time are you still able to give over to putting on tastings and basically, wowing customers, but in a busy schedule that you have?
Yeah.
For you, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Actually, increasingly more time, more of my time anyway. So we're seeing a real return to demand for in-person tastings. Obviously, in COVID lockdown, everyone flocked to virtual events. And we saw those continue, and we still do. We're in fact doing a virtual on Saturday night this week. But our in-person events, we're getting more and more demand for those. The nice thing for me is I've got an amazing team in the shop who are able to hold the fort in terms of that side of things, which gives me the space and freedom to be able to do more events and more both sort of public and private tastings to keep on getting out there and just spreading the word, really, which is what it's all about, inspiring those love affairs of cheese.
The art of delegation, it's a marvelous thing, but if you get the right people around you, it allows you. Biggest strength, know your own weaknesses. I've always said, what you're very good at. You're a great communicator. You both are. But to be able to do that, but it's only if you've got the right team amongst you and who are going to do a good job as you, or even better sometimes in your absence, to let them get on with it, empower them to do that, and then you can do the other stuff. I know, but Nick as well. I mean, I've heard you eulogize happily and numerous times, but again, is that something that is that your default position when you can go and sit down and just spread the love of cheese and combinations and something you're actually very good at? Absolutely.
It's something, well, as you know, that I love to do, and a lot of us love to do. So certainly within ourselves as a business, we still make sure that we're doing regular trainings with everyone to try things together, but also to learn more about the cheeses. Certainly in the cheese shop with my wonderful team of cheesemongers we have there, Philippe, Lawrence, and Mark, and everyone at the cafe, we really try to make sure everyone tries things and tries combinations of things. If someone comes up with something, we try it to see what it's like. But in terms of the events and everything, like you were saying, Stephen, I mean, they just came out of the woodwork after COVID, didn't they? Just everyone really wanted to experience these things in person again. So yeah, we still do those. We still hold those sometimes, particularly with partners we work with. And it's just a joy to do it every time. It really, really is.
Well, I'm having a really difficult time, of course, tasting my way through this lot. Thank you very much. It's all work, of course, for me. Yeah, I hardly ever eat cheese apart when I'm working, but I do work a lot. And there you go. So, Stephen, what's our third combo?
Okay, so I'll just do another little board swap.
Board 3. There you go. I know.
Here we go. I have to really raid the back of the cupboard to find all these cheese boards, but there we go. So pairing number 3, we've got a beautiful Stilton style blue called Bath Blue, made by Bath Soft Cheese down in
Bath.
yeah, they're in Bath. They're in Bath. Rain freeze there. Yeah, so they're actually Kelson near Bath, down Somerset. Very small production. Aged for about 8 to 12 weeks or so to a sort of a really sort of classic Stilton recipe. This is going to be really sort of buttery. I would describe it as a gentle blue. A lot of people come to us and they're a bit afraid of blue cheeses. I think because they've had a bad experience with something that's really sharp or really overpoweringly strong. And so part of what we see our job is to guide people that there are gentler blue cheeses that work better. And this is a great example of one of them. And I think with the pairing here, I'm sure Nick will tell us about this, but I love what you've done here with something that's actually going to hopefully jump up and match the saltiness of the cheese and balance it with some sweetness.
Well, we all do like a nice sort of plummy, datey thing with the blue, don't we? I mean, port's going to be the classic, right? With those kind of flavors coming through, but can also happen in a pairing. We've become very known. When I say we, I really mean Artisan Biscuits here, and the Fine Cheese Company have become really known for our toasts, in particular, our Miller's toasts and our toasts for cheese. And the Miller's toasts we bake as entire loaves first, then we cut, and then we bake them again. So you get this wonderfully crunchy texture, nice and thick, and that is studded gratuitously with all this delicious dried fruit. And this one in particular, we really do recommend pairing with blues because it has that wonderful, dark, concentrated fruit in there from the plums and from the dates. And you know, that I think of pudding with those things. I think of Christmas with those things. And what better than a Stilton style blue? And in particular, this one. I think Bath Blue is really wonderful. We're talking about a single herd of cows contributing the milk to this. A blue that is still hand pierced. Nobody really does that anymore, but they're still piercing that blue by hand. It's ripened for a little less time than your average Stilton would be. And so those kind of rich, more gentle, slightly acidic flavors pair wonderfully with something like a plum, something like a date. There's still enough salt in the cheese to balance against that because, of course, if we're pairing with something sweet, we're going to need something salty to balance it out and the sweetness wins. And I think just for me, this is an example of everything working in harmony. Rich texture of the cheese, crunchy texture of this beautiful Miller's toast, the sweetness, the saltiness, the kind of wininess and spice quality of the cheese, meeting those desserty flavors. I quite like it.
I think the balance.
What do you think? I'm enjoying it too much to talk more about it. It's so delicious.
I've got my mouth full. Over to you, Stephen.
Yeah, it's got everything. The sweet. I'm getting sweetness. I'm getting savoury. I'm getting crunch from the texture of the biscuit. It's a bit chewy as well with the fruit that's in there, which is wonderful. It's hard to talk while you're chewing it, but it's really good. It's kind of like you said, Christmas. It's got that kind of like fruit puddingy, sort of toffee pudding, posh toffee pudding, that kind of thing going on. It's a knockout combination. This. Really good. I love blue cheeses with fruity things, Christmas cake, mince pies, all sorts of stuff. This is great. Boxes of these never last very long in our house. My 8-year-old daughter absolutely loves these plum and date biscuits just on their own. She'll just munch her way through a whole box of them. But with the blue cheese, they're incredible. It's a game changer. It really is.
And plums and blue. I mean, if you think of beautiful plums with a Roquefort, you think of dates with Stilton more than anything else. I mean, that dried fruit, fresh as well, but particularly dried concentrated fruits with blue, it's a winner. Every time it's a winner for a reason.
It does work.
Yeah, as you say, with the blue, and look at the veining on that. I mean, that's just absolutely brilliantly consistent. So good. And really just, proud to be British. These cheeses is just fantastic. But as you say, with the biscuit that's got enough to bring to the party, there's a lot going on there. Gorgeous nose, that lovely. I mean, you could eat that or dab it behind your ears, couldn't you? That smell, it's just fantastic. But I say, big enough to stand up to this incredible, blue cheese. So, three really, exciting. And if these were three of your cheese board, and you had to add a couple more, just as a contrast, we're looking at maybe different milks and what have you. Stephen, and I'll come to you, Nick. What would you actually add to your cheese board? To really even enhance these even more?
That's a great question, and I think for me, I would want to add, and maybe this is with my kind of northern hat on, something crumbly in there, a territorial like a Wensleydale or a Lancashire, just to give that difference in texture, which is different mouthfeel and some different flavors going on there as well. So I would probably put something like either Kirkham's Lancashire or Yoredale in there.
Nick?
All really worthy cheeses. For me, I totally agree, but I would probably also add a lovely young goat's milk cheese, especially this time of year when the milk is just so wonderful. If we're going British, I'm going to look to things like a Cinedin Hill or Golden Cross or Dorstone, something like that brings lovely milk and richness, but that sort of moussey texture into everything. I go crazy for goat's cheeses. They're just delightful, and I think that's probably what I would add.
Me too. And it's just been great with the awards as well that we've had with judging, the quality of judging. We've had more 10 out of 10s than ever before. I mean, most people are very reluctant, understandably, to do that, but there have been some sublimely good cheeses. And with both of you as well, one big theme of these awards is that the last couple of decades to see cheese making, the artisanal cheesemakers alongside, the big producers, the big block cheddars, but the quality of the big processed cheeses got a lot better than it ever was as well. So we're in a fine vein of form of the moment, certainly. Stephen, in the UK, for you, it must be so difficult. I mean, what not to stock because there's only so much space and
absolutely,
tasting.
Yeah, and it's wonderful because there's this ongoing stream of new cheeses coming through, which is wonderful because I've been doing this for 15 years now, and if I still had the same cheeses on the counter as I had 15 years ago, well, that would be wonderful. I might be thinking, this is getting a little bit tired, but there's just a constant interest and investment, and things like Afternoon of the Year really add to that because they're helping to produce new variants of cheese as well, which is great stuff. But it's wonderful that cheese, unlike a lot of other sort of food and drink areas, too, sort of beer and bread and ferments and kombuchas and that, it's a great time to be involved in food and drink in the UK, I would say. It really is.
Yeah, it does. And I think you're both really good examples of that. Some people who've come into this industry, but from elsewhere as well, Nick deciding, maybe, the boards were not for you, although it's a very good training for all of us to do that. I trained as an actor and, at 30, would you believe? There you go. Moved from Yorkshire Fine Wines to go to the British American Drama Academy in Regent's Park at 30.
I've been to the British American Drama Academy. Did you know that?
I thought you might do. Yeah. Well, there you go. So worked with Brian Cox, Dorothy Tewton, Derek Jacobi, brilliant people. But the upshot, the reason I got is that a lot of people go into making cheese, be it and beers and wines, but from other backgrounds. So they bring in a whole other knowledge as well. And sometimes they can bring a bit of cash with them if they've made it elsewhere. Like look at the English vineyards, some people have been funded elsewhere. But it does make food and drink, the point I'm making, very exciting at the moment. And I think for both of you, I mean, to look on a screen like this, I get really excited. I'm lucky enough to have been able to these fantastic combinations that you've provided for us. But no, really, really good. And I'm sure, because you're such great communicators, Stephen, but when you do that tasting and you hand over that slither of cheese for someone to try, knowing that it's a great cheese, that must be pretty special.
It's wonderful.
I think like watching your faces light up is there.
Yeah. You see their faces light up. Something shifts. I loved my career in technology prior to this, but I love this more because of that. It's just, there's something you can't quite put your finger on, but there's just that connection and yeah, a feeling and a look in someone's eyes when they taste something wonderful, and it's very satisfying because it's great as well, and it's great to share that and to support the people who make these amazing cheeses by widening the audience of people that want to eat them.
Well, you're
I love sharing. I love sharing a part of myself and also a part of that cheesemaker, those animals' hard work with someone and seeing them enjoy it. That to me is just utterly meaningful.
Yeah, it's a responsibility, isn't it, Nick, to make sure that we represent the work that's gone in, because it'd be very easy to do that badly and not do it. But yeah, it's a privilege to be able to do that.
I agree.
Stephen, just remind us of the 3 cheeses that we've tried today, and then Nick, if you could just tell us about the Miller's crackers that we've actually paired with them. So Stephen, over to you.
Well, yeah, so we started off with Stinking Bishop, and then we moved on to Spenwood, and the final cheese was Bath Blue.
And the crackers were the Miller's Damsels buttermilk crackers. Changed them around. The Miller's Elements ale crackers. And the Miller's Toasts plum and date crackers.
Yeah, and absolutely brilliant as well. And I washed it down with some apple juice. But we could go on for many weeks. I know, and I look forward to doing so before long. But we've got to crack on. We've got quite a busy schedule. But do track them down. Stephen Fleming at Monkfrost and just outside Leeds. George and Joseph, brilliant job that you've done. And also Nick, as ever, a joy to California's loss and the treading the boards in the music world is our game without doubt. The Fine Cheese Company as well in Bath, and of course Miller's Crackers, who are based in Ashbourne in Derbyshire. Do go and check them out. That's a great marriage. But gentlemen, sadly I've got to go. The aromas that are coming into this room as well, the piano. That's there you go. My grandmother was a concert pianist from Yorkshire, from Leeds, Gwen Grimshaw. And that's her Steinway behind us. Fortunately, my wife and 3 sons can all play it somewhat better than I can, but it's great. But there's a lovely aroma to go with it, provided by you two. So thanks, lads. It's much appreciated. Stephen, Nick, thank you so much indeed. Well done. You go. What a great way to spend a Wednesday. Oh, my goodness. Well, there you go. What a day. It's just and I'm going to be, I won't have much time to graze my way through these amazing cheeses, but later on, I definitely will. And what a fantastic tasting that was. But Checker, but it's not your normal Checker, it's CHECQR Checker. And I've got William Lahr with me in a moment, so we're going to find out. So bring on the Checker traders, Checker himself, Will Lahr. We've got another great interview coming up. Hey, Will, how are you? Nice to see you.
I'm good. Good to see you.
Indeed, it is as well. I always up for lunch, grew up on free school meals. I'm loving this. Went to Brunel University, Bachelor of Engineering.
That's right.
There you go. Right. I mean, and got you into the Checker world as well. But thank you very much for all your involvement with the Virtual Cheese Awards. We really do appreciate it and everything that you've done. I was talking about biggest strengths, know your own weaknesses, know what you're really good at. I know what I'm good at, the chat side, I'm not a great organizer. I've got a PA of 26 years who is a really good organizer and good at such. Used to be George Michael's PA in another life. So it's I'm a bit of a come down, but anyway, but we need to keep our lives, our business lives in check, in every sense, in order, and that's exactly what you're all about. So tell us a little bit about you and the business and how it came about, and why we should basically, the minute we finish this interview, everyone should try and track you down and at least Google you at the very least.
Okay, well, so I mean, I've been working in technology my whole career, and I started actually. You guys were just talking how you started in drama. I started in broadcasting. I started with the technical research department at the BBC, and they paid me through university. Well, that was my first sort of paid bit, but I've been making things since I was 8 years old, and now I'm a lot older. Got my own children now. So, a few years ago, I sold my last business. I managed to retire for 9 days before I couldn't help myself. So that's kind of how Checker was born. And through building businesses and building products as well, it became clear that keeping records of things and checking things is actually really, really important. And it's also quite difficult to get right. So it's something where lots of people can do with some support. So Checker really, really came out of that. And then food is a really important area for us because you've got to get a lot of things right in food. You weren't thinking about all the things that could go wrong when you were just doing your tasting. And one of the ways that we do that in food is just by making sure we're checking a lot of things, whether you're making cheese or beer or any number of other things. And there are lots of records to be kept. There's lots of things to do with traceability, and Checker's here to help with that, to try and make that really easy for people.
Well, and in a lay perspective, just give me, how does that actually work? Just tell us about the process and therefore what it is, that you can bring to our in this case, cheese-filled party.
So what it's all about is taking all of those things you've got to do regularly, making it really easy to check them digitally. So with a mobile phone or a tablet, you can we do a lot of photographic checks, a lot of taking down numbers, lots of answers. So it can be something as simple as checking that the temperature of fridges and freezers are correct, something like that. We also do, lots of deliveries and things like that, traceability, making sure you can know where everything's coming from and where it's gone. So often these things in the past have been done with sort of pens and paper and things like that. If you do them digitally, you can know who's done them, when they've done them. It's really easy to take photos. We can also answer some of the questions with AI now by looking at the photo. So when your milk tanker comes along, if you're making cheese, you'll be given a receipt. You need a copy of that. So we'll take a photo, and the AI can look and read the number of litres off of it. And it can basically answer the next question for you. How many litres were there? Is it red tractor milk? Have you got the RT on there? All those kind of things you need to do.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't quite realize that. So basically you do that and then he just takes it on. Yeah. It's so many more stages than you could do yourself.
That's right. And exactly. So it's keeping all that evidence you've always kept. It means that the evidence suddenly becomes very accurate and believable, because when it's a computer system, you can't write down the wrong day's date on it. We know who answered the question and when they answered it as well. So that just means the records are much more robust than they might be otherwise. And also because we know when records are due, we can give you reminders and things like that as well. So paper records are really, really good. Some digital people underestimate them, but we know when we built Checker that actually, the paper solution does a lot and does work quite well for people. So we work really hard to make it easier. I always say to the team here, we've got to make it easier than finding a pen. People, especially in production environments, they've got a lot of knowledge they've brought along. They've got a lot of things to do. We've just got to make sure that it's really easy for them. And there's a lot of details that go into that. And when you've finished, it looks really simple and obvious. It's like lots of great things, I'm sure, great food sometimes only has a few ingredients, and it looks really, really easy. But if you or I go in and try to do the same thing, it doesn't come out like when someone, has really put that effort in and all that refinement. And it's the same. We try and design stuff to be really simple, really easy for anyone to use, to check all those different things they've got to check. We're really big on sharing information in real time, because that's really important. So that means when something's checked, everyone can see it's done. Saves you a trip to the other end of the, the farm or the factory or whatever to see something. Or likewise, you can see if it hasn't been done, if your colleague's really busy, and you can go and just go in there and make sure all those things are there and done. And of course, these records are so important in food production because of there's lots that needs to be done for statutory regulation, just to make sure food hygiene and things like that. And also there's a lot in the supply chain. There's lots of different frameworks that might apply, and then also we've seen people using these records to improve their actual production processes as well, because if you've got really good records, you can kind of optimize all those different stages and see, well, this milk was colder when it came in, has it had any effect on the cheese, and so on and so forth. So when you've got good data, there's an awful lot you can do with it, but we need it to be people to take that data without having to remember just another thing, and to cope when they get distracted because things happen, and to do it really quickly and easily, and just try and make sure that we're as quick and easy as doing it on paper, but with all those kind of benefits that digital can bring.
On that note, actually, that's a really good example, because however much, say you're making cheese and you've got your own recipe that you've always, it might be in the back of your mind, but actually if you've got something, say someone else has to take it over, you're on holiday, you're ill, you're whatever, and someone else has to follow up on that system. Again, the fact that you put it down and it's been saved somewhere, it just comes through like an aide-memoire. That information is all there, plus, and also giving you the time to when you should be doing things. Once you put that into it and you get confident with the system, it's a game saver, it literally, and I love that. And also just saying, however experienced you are, saying, don't forget you should be doing this now.
It's also really easy to change things when you learn something new. So you think, oh, there's just one more thing we can check. I never want to make that mistake again. You can just go and add that question in. And because it's digital, that question will be there straight away. And things like that sound really easy with paper-based systems. But if you've got 5 copies of that checklist on a site somewhere, you've got to run around and find them. And business owners, they're not always on the site anyway. They might be, at a meeting somewhere else, or a conference or whatever. So just being able to do that when you're further away is really handy. It also means if you've got advisors or people helping with compliance or auditors, you can give them access as well, so they can see things in between audits, which can help to make sure you're actually ready when these things come along. So yeah, there's a lot you can do once that information is there for whoever you choose to share it with. That's really useful as well.
And I'm sure that actually you've, I'm not even coerced your customers doing this. I'm sure they've been very happy to do so, because they'll have been very happily surprised and delighted that their businesses have benefited from using Checker. But some of the affirmations you've had back from them, I'm sure, will speak volumes.
My favourite bit of feedback I ever got, this wasn't in food, this was in airport operations, because we work across different sectors. Food's a big deal for us, but we do other stuff as well. Someone working in Uganda said to me, Checker, you see it and then you fall in love with it, which is about the best feedback I've had on anything I've ever worked on. But yeah, it's all about, and really the people using it at the sharp end are the people that we really value their feedback, because it is about making it easy, because people underestimate, I can make a sandwich. I cannot run a food business making 1 million sandwiches. Everyone thinks it's easy, and operations is not easy. It's really hard getting everything right thousands of times. And if you make a mistake in a batch product, and it can be so much money, that can be your, all your hard work wiped out. So I have a lot of time for operations people. We do go on site and see the environments people are working in, because we feel like if we don't really understand what people are doing, then you can't get those details right for people either. So absolutely, we want to make those roles easier for people. And there's just a lot going on a lot of the time, and people have a lot of expertise, but it's still, they do sometimes need support. We want the technology that's really going to help them get all those records down and make sure that, if they are checking stuff, they are getting it all right. Make sure there's evidence there, because, if something goes wrong, there's it feels like you're not getting the credit for your homework, isn't it? I mean, so when I've talked about this, with Sarah DeWitt, she said it's like doing a run but not having it on Strava. It's like you've done the hard work but you're not getting the credit. And then the other side of it, the slightly darker side of it, is if you find yourself in a courtroom about something, if you can't prove you've done something, they'll often, it's basically like saying you haven't done it. So if you are making checks, we make sure we don't lose the data. We can make sure we give you backups of the data as well. Whereas a sheet of paper can get lost, and if you're unlucky, that'll be the one that matters. So yeah, the digital records definitely give you that sense of safety and that sense of credit for all your hard work as well.
But those digital records are absolutely key, as you say, but other people can access them. And sometimes it can free you up to look at other parts of it. You don't need to prove, but you can make that particular, in this case, cheese every time, because other people can do it. Once they've got the checker system, they just follow that. And then it frees you up to look at other things, to experiment, to expand the business, to do other parts.
Exactly. And photos and things as well mean that if things do go wrong between, suppliers and things like that, disputes, which can be very awkward when everyone's relying on each other's word, tend to get resolved quickly. And, I'm a business owner myself. If we are in the wrong, I don't mind paying up. But if I've got that proof, if I can see the photo, if there's no doubt there, it just speeds the whole thing up and saves a lot of time and effort. And we know that that's another reason why having really believable, clear evidence of what you've done, where you haven't recorded something but forgotten to write the date in, all those kind of little things can't happen, and that's just really handy.
Where can we find out more? What's the next stage when we finish, after watching the final judging?
Yes. Focus on the cheese, because that's why we're here. Definitely. I say that checker.net. So checker with a QR, because you can start checks with QR codes as well. Just another one of the ways you make it easy, no app to install, nothing like that. You point your phone at the QR code, and you can start answering those questions straight away. That's just one of the loads of ways. That's why there's the QR in there, just to make it really easy. Again,
it's a special offer, basically.
I'm glad you reminded me, Nigel. I nearly forgot to say, yes, you get a month for free. That's right. So if you sign up to a subscription, mention the VCA. Please do mention the VCAs, because you will get a month extra added on for free to your subscription for that.
And nearly done. And now you're loving your surname, Exotica. Are we talking Scandinavia somewhere? Where's it from? What's the La?
La is a place. I'm from a Scandinavian family. My mum's from Norway, but La's German. It's a place in Germany as
okay.
well. So
you speak Norwegian?
Oh, yeah, true. Jag snackar norska, men jag är så bra, which means I try, but I'm not very good.
I rest my case. There you go. La, the type of German Norwegian fusion, but happily, like we're all immigrants from somewhere at some stage. That's the joy of Britain. Yeah, fantastic. There you go. Checker. CHECQR. Do mention the VCA, because you'll get a discount. You'll get your a month's discounted off your subscription. And Will, thank you very much, and thank you for making it very accessible and easy for someone who's a bit of a dinosaur technology to understand what you're talking about, and knowing that it's going to do my business good, but also save me some brass as well in the process long term.
Absolutely, that's the name of the game. Make it easy for everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nigel.
Will, thank you so very much. We've got to go and taste some cheese. But a great shirt, by the way. I've got shirt envy. There you go. Will Checker, go and check them out. Do mention the VCA because you'll get your first month's discounted as well. And but just to give you a little bit of an insight, all about how record keeping is absolutely key to your business and moving it on from there. Right. My goodness me, it's that time already. I can't quite believe it. We've got a fantastic panel waiting in the wings. I am absolutely salivating at the prospect of trying a couple of cheeses, hopefully, but also judging. So let's bring it on. The Virtual Cheese Awards 2025. Let's do the final judging and meet our supreme judging panel. Here we are. Wow, brilliant. Nice to see you all. Fantastic as well. It's like getting the band back together. These are the relatives we like. We want to spend time and hang out with. And brilliant that we're all here. I feel very privileged to be sharing a screen with the five of you. It's really amazing. Sarah, great to have you back here. I'm loving your kitchen. I know it's not one of those ideal backgrounds like a South Sea Island, because it's a real kitchen and it's yours.
Yeah, it's my real kitchen.
Thank you very much for the interview that we had. Well, Bronwyn, greetings. Lovely to see you again as well as ever.
Great to see you too.
Yeah, and Oxford Uni, that's where it all started out. Social and cultural anthropology, absolutely. And then Wellesley College, bachelor's degree in biochemistry. Reinventing the wheel, milk, microbes, and the fight for real cheese. I think you've absolutely nailed it there. Looked after the biennial conference of science of artisan cheese as well, and 2 months of a Dutton lab at Harvard University. So, I mean, again, it's a joy to have you with it, and a great palate to go with it. Really special. Emma, here she is, the Cheese Explorer, as well. The cheese wheel. I'm sure it'll be on the bookcase behind you somewhere. Or there you go. Here we go.
Right here, Nigel. Look at me. Product placement.
Cheese wheel. Really brilliant. And I love the fact that the cheese has taken you all around the world, including the Bekaa Valley and Lebanon. All these different places. Fantastic. Before you decided, but I'm going to do this full time. It's going to be my life. I'm a cheese explorer. If you don't follow Emma, please do. She's great, entertaining, makes it fun, as definitely as it should be. Before that, with Whole Foods, of course, Gringa Dairy and Mons Cheesemongers as well. And then Kay, lovely to see you. I'm lucky to catch up with you in person every now and then. It's great to see you on the screen. And fantastic. Somehow juggling a busy life. You must have been very young when you started out with a family, because I know that Freya is now in latter teenage years. But you're with us as well.
Very kind. Thank you, Nigel.
Cool, but great. And Stuart's a lucky man. And outside the busy life that you have with Tesco as well, it's floristry and everything to go with it as well. Oh, and your cheese, if you've never been to a Kay Brennan cheese party, you've not lived. That's exactly what it's all about. So as the Tesco collective will all tell you back at HQ. And then Cara Bowen, we've got the Bowen in the house. Fantastic. Lovely setting that you are. I'm loving your cabin. And great that you're looking after us today. So go on, talk us through it. How are proceedings going to work? Then we will get proceedings underway.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nige. And yes, you're loving where I am because it's your barn. We're here with you.
Yeah, they look familiar.
Garden, being royally looked after. So thank you to you, Nige. So hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand final 2025 of the Virtual Cheese Awards. It's so exciting to have a phenomenal, absolutely brilliant panel of strong, intelligent female judges, and Nige, of course. And Nige.
You're very honoured.
We love you, Nige. We love you, Nige. So as in our classes and our categories, each judge will be asked to give us a score, judging against 4 different attributes: appearance, aroma, texture, which is feeling the cheese and mouthfeel, and finally, and most importantly, flavor. And it is the score is weighted on the flavor side because ultimately it's how delicious that cheese tastes. Each judge has one of 8 different cheeses almost. Nige is stepping in just to help us out because a couple of judges haven't got one of the cheeses, but all the cheeses are out on their cheese boards, been brought up to temperature, sitting there going, taste me, people. So I think we will probably dive straight in there. As you can see, each one of the judges is wearing one of their amazing Butlers aprons. Thank you, Butlers, for supporting us again for our 6th year. And again, hopefully you can see that we've been joined this year. Our cracker partner is the wonderful Miller's Crackers, who have the most phenomenal array of crackers, which our judges have to cleanse their palates with. So everybody ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go. Wonderful. And I think we're just going to dive straight in with the very first cheese. I don't have my one of this because Nigel's got it. But if one of you lovely ladies, I'm going to ask you, Emma, just because the light and you've got it in your hands, could please hold up entry number F71138, which is our first cheese.
There you go.
Wonderful. I'm going to ask Bronwyn, would you mind showing yours to camera a little bit so all our wonderful viewers can see exactly what this beautiful log looks like?
It's got a really lovely, delicate geo rind. It's very stable. There's plenty of moisture in it, but there's no slippage or any sign of anything less than perfect on that rind. When I opened the package for this, I was really excited because it looked so great.
Fantastic. Anybody else want to chip in on the appearance?
Yeah, so for me as well, one of the things I noted immediately was the care that's been looked at. It's been looked after really, really well. There are no damp patches. It has been really, really evenly matured. The charcoal coating looks fabulous. It is a very, very good looking cheese visually.
I thought it looked a little bit like snake skin. It's just beautiful patterning on it.
Yeah, look at that. Nigel's looks great as well.
Fantastic. Do we want to just jump straight in and give it a score then, guys?
I mean, for me, this is a 9 at least. I mean, it's hard to get these sorts of rinds right, and I think this one's nailed it. So,
I think I agree with Bronwyn. I might even go a little bit higher because I'm struggling to see anything really wrong with it. It's, as Bronwyn said, it's really hard to get these completely perfect. And there's a lot of sort of geo wrinkle. It looks really nice. I think maybe 9.5 would be where I'm sitting. Where do you think?
Well, if you happy, and Bronwyn, you're happy with 9.5? Yeah, I'll go with that.
Sarah and Kay, all good with 9.5?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Fantastic. Well, good start there, guys. If we can go on to the aroma next, please.
I mean, it smells fresh and goaty. For me, it's ever so slightly ammoniated. I mean, it's a lot to ask of this style of cheese not to have any ammonia after traveling through the post and being wrapped for a few days. But there is a little bit of hint of an ammoniatedness that I wonder how that will, whether it will interfere with the kind of taste of the cheese coming through. But overall, I really like it.
Yeah, agreed here. Tiny hint of ammonia, but on the whole, it smells clean, correct, slightly sort of milky, a little bit citrusy, slight mushroom note coming through, but very, very sort of simple notes, but no faults except for that tiny bit of ammonia, which I think is acceptable.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting. It doesn't dominate, but it's definitely there. And, you know, I think that will probably slightly dissipate the longer it's out and about. But no, and it, you know, having cut through it as well, it still looks really enticing. I know I'm jumping the gun slightly, but certainly, yeah, aroma-wise, enticing with just a touch of distant ammonia. There you go.
I was going to say smelling the paste as well is important, Nige. So
yeah,
no jumping the gun there. Okay, do we want to give it a score for aroma, please?
8.5. 8. Yeah, sorry, Nigel.
Yeah, no, I was going to go with 8.5. So
I'm happy with 8 or 8.5. Should we go 8.5?
Why not?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Texture.
So what's really, sorry, Bronwyn, I'm jumping. Is that all right? What I've noted as well is this, you can see it's absolutely beautifully looked after. The paste itself is homogeneous. It looks really silky. It's got not much of a breakdown underneath the rind, but I'm really not fussed. I think with my one, if you can see, it's very, very homogeneous with just a tiny cream line. But I think it looks really, really beautiful. It's got a bit of a snap as well.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think.
Thanks, Nige.
Oh,
One
look at yours.
One of the things I like about this is that it has a very smooth, silky texture. It's pretty light. Sometimes these lactic cheeses, particularly if they're over dried, can be quite mouth sticking, and this doesn't have any of that at all. It's a really glossy, light impression that it makes. So I'd give this very high marks on texture.
Nige?
Yeah, holds together really well, cuts very well, and what I'm loving about it is there is nice contrast as well, but it's creamy and yet chalky. There's a bit of both going on in mine, which I don't think is a bad thing. It looks very appetizing. It's a pretty cheese, and it makes you want to dive in. So they have maintained that really well. So yeah, again, that would be maybe an 8.5. 8.5, I think, could even be a 9. But yeah, I don't know how what you think of that, Emma and Bronwyn.
I'm on the higher end of that. I'm more sort of in the 9s. I think this is really, really classy. The texture is so smooth in the mouth. There's no granularity. I don't know what you think, Bronwyn, but I'm definitely in the 9 kind of range for the texture.
I'll give it a 9. I think I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Well, I'm equally impressed then. So yeah, absolutely. I know I'm a happily impressed place. So
No pressure. Thanks, Nigel. So we're going with a 9, everybody.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. And finally, flavour, guys.
Again, very savory, very balanced, really good salt level, not too much, not too little. For me, there's a tiny bit of a sort of lipolytic heat around the edge, which I know is very idiomatic of a lot of cheeses within this category. And so it really depends on whether you consider that a fault, whether you want to deduct points for it. For me, I think it distracts ever so slightly from the cheese that's overall really spectacular. So I might detract a little bit for that, but I still really like it.
Yeah, I've maybe there's just a touch of the ammonia is still hanging around a little bit there in the back note for me, but very clean. It's Moorish, I would definitely, it's in great condition. As I say, there's just that element that just come through, which might, again, maybe slightly detract, a point or a half or a point as well.
I'm sitting in the same ballpark as everyone else. That lipolytic heat, a tiny, tiny, tiny element of bitter is coming through for me right at the end. But overall, super balanced. Apart from that, really good salt level, nice savoury notes. It's clean. It's just that tiny distraction, exactly as you've both said.
Okay, I'm going to press you for a score, and I'm going to go straight to you, Bronwyn.
I would say something around 8, 8.5.
I'm thinking 8 for me.
Yeah, me.
Nige?
Yeah, me. 8.
Okay, I'm going to recap everything for you guys. This cheese then, we have appearance 9.5, aroma 8.5, texture 9, and flavour 8.
Yeah.
Are we happy?
Yeah.
Very.
Fabulous. Thank you. Sadly, that is cheese number 1 out the way already. Okay, we are going to move on to our next cheese, which is J21140, which I can actually lift up. Thank you, Kay. Super duper. Emma, I'm not going to come to.
Oh, Cara.
She's frozen.
She's frozen. Quickly. So I jinxed that one. Hi, Sarah, you're back with us. I thought I would come to you first just to give us your thoughts on the appearance.
Did you say Sarah or Emma? I wasn't.
Sarah.
Sorry. So mine is, it looks an amazing shape. It's quite damp, mine, and it's quite uneven in terms of its mold, which might mean that when we get inside, it might have been uneven in the way it's matured, or it's just broken down. So yeah, that's my only thing. It looks really amazing, but it just is a bit uneven. But that might be mine and how it's travelled. So I'm not sure if the girls are doing the same thing.
What do you think, Vivian?
Mine also looks quite damp, more damp than the other one. Maybe like it was wrapped a little bit early, but I agree with you about the slight slouchiness. I wonder if it was also ladled at a higher moisture, and as a result of that, when it's turned out, it's just starting to collapse a little bit under its own weight. So yeah, I feel like in terms of the appearance side of things, I would probably mark this a little bit lower than the one before. But overall, there are no rogue surface molds really to speak of, and the geo seems to. I think if this cheese were given the chance to dry out and spend a little bit more time in good conditions, that rind would grow just fine. So yeah, I'm impressed, but it maybe isn't the tour de force of the first one.
Would anybody like to add anything else to that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that was just said. The only thing I could suggest is possibly it wasn't dried out enough initially. Maybe it didn't spend enough time in the séchoir, the drying room initially. But other than that, really nice form. Again, no sort of really scary looking molds, just slightly damp on the surface.
Yeah, and mine is slightly damper as well. Okay. Do we want to give it a score for appearance?
What did you score? The last one was 9, wasn't it? So I think it's probably
9.5.
Yeah.
9.5. So I think probably a 7.
Yeah.
Would be my gut feel.
7.5 maybe for me, I think.
Yeah, I think 7.5. Maybe I'm going to be more generous, but I hear where you're coming from for sure.
Hi, sorry, my sound disappeared briefly.
That's all right, Kay, you're back now.
So the appearance-wise, I don't know whether you can see that on the camera, but I've got a little spot of secondary moulding, and the bottom of the pyramid is very wet and sticky. So I would. Have you just scored it?
We've just scored it on appearance.
Yeah, I would probably tend to agree on everyone else, around a 7 for me.
Should we go with 7?
Let's do 7. Yeah.
7. Okay, guys, thank you. We're going to go for aroma next, and I'm going to cut mine open. Oh, wow.
So the aroma is quite fresh.
Yeah.
A little ammonia, but not what I was imagining from the mould ripen. I thought it was going to be kind of a stronger ammonia aroma from that.
I agree. It feels like a younger cheese than the first one as well, just slightly less developed, and maybe that'll be nice.
Yeah.
I haven't actually got any ammonia on mine at all. It feels quite clean, quite safe. There's not a huge amount of aroma coming through, which we'd expect in a style like this. So for me, I haven't got any off notes.
No, I'm the same, Emma. I can't smell any ammonia. I get that sort of sweet milk smell in the paste, which is lovely.
Okay. Do we want to give it a score for aroma, please?
8.5 or something. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm going to ask.
I think they're the same, 8.5, because it's doing what it should be doing and smells fresh. And
I'm good around an 8 and 8.5. I'm happy to go. I didn't hear what everyone else said. Sorry, I heard 8.5, 8.
Yeah. 8.5 is where we are at the moment. So
I'm happy with it.
8.5, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. How about texture? Kay, do you want to lead us on this one?
So I'll just cut straight through the middle. It's very dense, very creamy. Looks kind of, it feels kind of almost indulgent. It's very dense. It looks lovely, actually. And the freshness really comes forward on the aroma once you've cut it.
For me, I think it feels a little bit too dense for what I was expecting. It feels a little, it's got quite a lot of moisture content within it. However, I've got no granularity. I haven't got any odd things happening in my mouth. It's very smooth, but I just feel it's a tiny, tiny bit pasty.
Yeah, I'd agree. I was expecting maybe a bit more mousse-like, and it's a bit more. It is definitely a bit more dense, but it's really smooth. It's almost like buttery, isn't it?
It's really
Sorry, I didn't
smooth.
hear that last.
It's almost buttery. It's not moussey, but it's more buttery and a bit more dense. But nice.
You can't say nice. I need something other than nice.
Nice in terms of it. I don't mind it being buttery as opposed to moussey, but I was expecting it to be a bit lighter, probably, and a bit more moussey.
I think I prefer it being quite dense and buttery. I think it's smooth and it's quite indulgent on the mouthfeel, I felt. I quite like it like that.
There's definitely a lot of moisture in that cheese. And
There is a lot of moisture because mine is quite wet on the bottom.
But it doesn't seem to affected the actual cheese along the bottom there.
No, it hasn't.
So, ladies, what do we want to give it for texture?
I'd score it an 8 or 8.5.
Yeah, I think it's an 8 or an 8.5 again.
I don't think I'd go as high as 8.5, but I'm happy with an 8.
Me too.
Yeah.
Should we settle on 8?
Yes.
Yep. Wonderful. Thank you, guys. And then finally, we're going on to flavour. Who would like to lead on this one? Where are we going, Emma?
So lots of nice sort of savoury elements, quite sort of cereal savoury. For me, the salt is quite elevated. It's quite a lot elevated to being actually distracting away from the other elements, unfortunately. But I think that might be something to do with the drainage, the moisture content. It's just, it feels really salty.
Anybody else?
Yeah. That's
Agreed.
at the end, isn't it? Just comes through quite.
There is not too much heat on this rind. I really like the geo flavor of the rind very much, and particularly given the amount of salt in it, the stability and the sort of well-formedness of the geo is pretty impressive. But I agree, I might mark a little bit for too much salt.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you get mild goatiness initially, but then it's quite overpowering on the salt afterwards, and a little bit of citrus. But I would say that salt is quite a dominant flavour.
Okay, guys, what are we going to give it then?
I'm probably around 7.5, just because the salt feels unbalanced compared to where we've scored the other ones.
I'd probably be on the 7.5 side of that, just because I think everything else is quite
Yes. Yeah.
I would say 7.5.
I'll go 7.5 as well. It is distracting, but everything else is really quite pleasing. 7.5, I'd be happy with.
Thank you, guys. I'm just going to recap that for you. We've got appearance 7, aroma 8.5, texture 8, and flavour 7.5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. Right, moving on to the next one, which again, I know one of you doesn't have, so we will be inviting Nigel back because he has got that cheese with him. We're looking at B11008.
I think we've all got this now, Cara.
Have we? Brilliant. Oh, brilliant. Even better then. Fantastic. Thank you, Kay. That looks great.
I've got a very small spot of blue mold close to where my forefinger is.
Okay.
But otherwise, it looks very nice.
Not allowed to say nice, Kay.
Oh, sorry. It looks a very interesting cheese.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful piece of cheese. It's really, really even in its color. There's no mottling, which sometimes you see with cheeses with added annatto, which I kind of assume that this has. The rind is super thin. It still has plenty of moisture in it. It looks really like I want to eat some.
Well, I suggest once we've scored, you dive straight in then. What are we going to give it for appearance?
What's wrong with it?
Yeah, I haven't got much wrong with mine. It just, there's this lovely halo. Yeah, it just looks amazing. I think it's got to be 9.5 again.
Yeah, I'm 9.5 as well.
Me too.
I would only score it down because of that little spot of mould that I've got in the middle of the paste. So I was going to say 8.5, but happy to go with 9.5, as everyone else has got very good samples.
Yeah, I guess the other thing I would say is it looks like a cloth-bound cheese with a natural rind. And within that context, maybe I would rate a little blue spot within the paste slightly more generously than I would in a different kind of cheese with like a wax rind or something. So that would be my excuse for it if I were to make one.
Okay, so where are we going to go with this one, guys? 9.5,
I think, was the consensus for the rest of us. Are you all right, Kay, if we boost
Yes,
up? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
9.5, great score. Thank you. 9 points.
Oh, Bronwyn, you're right. My mouth's watering already. The aromas as well. I just want to put it in my face.
It's the aromas when you wrap it were so strong, weren't they? Just beautiful, clean.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Very
how
clean and fresh.
Yeah.
It smells
Yeah,
like
that sweetness.
Yeah.
It smells like what? Sorry, somebody said something.
It smells like the inside of a dairy, really milky. And also there's a warm kind of fruitiness to it as well. And for a cheese that I think is, I'm guessing it's fairly young, it's just got a lot of really nice, gentle, but powerful aroma, which I think is really, I'm quite excited.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there? It's not just one note. It feels like it's going to really deliver on taste. Yeah, I think for aroma, I think we've got to be 9.5 again. I don't know what else is missing.
I honestly love it for this style. We're not expecting a huge bag of complexity, but for what's there is absolutely perfect. That dairy note, something slightly fruity as well. I'm happy with 9.5 as well.
I would agree.
Wow.
There's nothing wrong with that aroma.
Okay, I'm going to be controversial then and say, why isn't it a 10 if there's nothing wrong?
Yeah, it's a good question.
It is, yeah, it's a good build.
Probably is a 10 then if we're all.
Let's do it. Let's do 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bold.
Well done, guys. Okay, we're going 10 for the aroma. Cute. Then going on to texture.
I really love it. For me, this encapsulates that kind of brittle, but at the same time, really light and skillet texture that makes British cheese unique. And, sometimes Cheshires can be very granular, sandy, and kind of, you almost have to get over the texture to enjoy the cheese. And in this case, I think it's really succulent, kind of dewy, and it kind of melts in your mouth. I really love the texture.
I completely agree. Sorry, go on, Sarah.
No, you go, Emma. You go.
I agree. I like dewy. That's a really nice term. What I really loved about this was that, as you said, that's like sort of, I'm salivating, almost not butteriness, but something a little bit more rounded than you can get in some other Cheshires. So this has got a really nice sort of yielding texture, as well as that textbook sort of classic, more brittle, friable texture.
I'd agree as well. Just that it's that softness. It's almost because with Cheshire sometimes they can be drying, and this isn't at all. It's so soft, and like you say, melt in the mouth. It's just amazing.
It's crumbly, but it's soft at the same time. Almost a little bit spongy in the sense that when you eat it, it's releasing moisture, and yeah, it makes you salivate. It's lovely.
Wow, sounds absolutely divine. What are we going to give it for texture, guys?
I'm going to be bold and say this is a 10 on texture. It's
Yeah.
got paradoxical combination that's just magic.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and then finally we're going to go on to flavour, guys.
I'm going to jump in and say that I really like the flavor, but I think it kind of lets the rest of the cheese down. That there is an element of slight sort of angularity and sharpness within it, where I'd rather have something that's a little bit more juicy, expansive, savory, fresh, a little bit more of a round flavor rather than a pointy flavor. And I'm just getting a little bit of pointiness here. I still really, really like it. But I think in terms of like top 100 cheese eating experiences of my life, this just marked down a little bit out of like, you know, God tier.
Whoa, that's a big statement. I think I agree. I was, because of everything up to now being so superlative, I was not disappointed, but I wanted something extra to round it off a little bit more. That angularity is an incredible way of describing it. I was thinking slightly volatile, a little bit jagged, but overall, I mean, I've eaten about 57 pieces so far. There's not much left of it, so that's a good sign.
It sounds like an amazing.
I think it's quite lactic. The flavour soon goes. For me, a little bit kind of mouth drying, and I think that comes from kind of the lactic notes that you get from the flavour. So likewise, feel with the appearance and the aroma and the texture being absolutely spot on, I guess the flavours lets it down a little.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same space. I wanted that fruity note to come up a bit more with the lacticness. And actually, when you describe it as angularity, I get where that description actually. And I do get a slightly, I know sometimes the cheese just has a bitter note, but I get a slightly too much bitter note just at the end, which may just be my taste palette, but just pushing it over a bit. So yeah, it's beautiful, but the expectation of the aroma and everything else was maybe just not quite delivering.
So let's jump in, guys, and give it a score. Kay, do you want to give it the first score?
I'd probably say a 7 or a 7.5.
I'd probably go higher. I'm thinking more 8.5 would be my gut feel. I know what you mean about bringing it down, but I suppose we've marked all the other aspects quite high, so it's had quite a high benchmark to start with. Yeah, probably 8.5 would be my gut feel, but if everyone thinks it's more like a 7, I'm happy with that.
I was going to say 8.5 personally.
My gut's sitting around 8, but I'm happy if you do want to go to 8.5.
Split the difference and go with 8 then.
Yeah, 8 sounds right. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I'll just recap the scores that you've given that cheese then. You've gone 9.5 for appearance, 10 for aroma, 10 for texture, and 8 for flavour.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next cheese we are moving on to is E21140.
3.
Sorry, E21140.
No, the code's not right. It's E21133.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. You're absolutely right. Sorry, it's wrong on my sheet, but it is a very beautiful looking washed rind cheese.
Again, lots of aromas coming off this when you unwrap it.
Ooh.
And on the fingers.
Yeah.
Definitely a stinky one.
Yes. Little shiny as well.
I've given mine a bit of a scrape. I think that was just the packaging, so I've just scraped off the
Right.
sheet.
Definitely. There we go.
Very Alpine-esque though, isn't it? That sort of Alpine-y style.
Mm.
I mean, I really like the colour of the paste. It's got quite a nice sort of golden hue to it. The rind itself is sort of peachy. It's got a tiny bit of a wet bottom compared to the top. So it's ever so slightly uneven for mine in terms of the rind texture, but that just could have been the last flip, but nothing too distracting. And yeah, the aroma coming off it immediately is, whoa, that's something.
I think the rind is really even. It's quite a pretty peachy colour.
Bit flossy, like it's dusted with a little bit of mold on top of the washing, which is nice. It kind of stabilizes a little bit. It's still a bit sticky, but I think it doesn't feel, from a cheesemonger perspective, I wouldn't be hesitating to pick that up.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I agree. Mine's not particularly wet at the bottom, so maybe it's just
Might just be mine. Yeah.
Yeah, it might just be where it's travelled.
Yeah.
Mine's completely dry.
No, it looks good.
Okay, what do we want to score it for appearance?
I think it's got to be at least a 9 again because it's doing everything it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I'd be happy with a 9.
My gut was around an 8.5. Just there was something pulling me slightly back. There's a tiny bit of mottling in the paste, and my rind is a bit different to you guys, but I'm happy to be built up. Bronwyn, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere 8.5, 9 is absolutely fine with me. I don't think this is a cheese that's first and foremost a looking cheese, but maybe doing other things. So, yeah, no, I'm happy with either. 8.5. Is that allowed?
Yeah. 8.
Yeah.
What did you say? 8.95.
8.7. Split the difference. Politician's answer.
Yeah.
So where are we ending up? 8.5.
We'll go 8.5.
Everybody happy?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. 8.5 then. Okay. How about aroma?
It's really strong.
Very strong. Definitely packs a punch.
It's strong, but not in a bad way. So for this style, it is sitting in the profile of what I'd expect and what I'm desiring in a style like this. Some of these styles can be a little bit too shy, or they want to hold back and be a bit more consensual. For this, I'm really happy that it smells quite strong and nothing smells off.
Yeah, no, I feel like in some of the cheeses of this style, they really kind of smell dirty, and there's nothing dirty smelling about this at all. It's like a healthy wash rind smell, which I really like.
Can you guys elaborate on that, what that means for people who can't smell it like you can?
There's sort of a phenolic, slightly TCP, slightly sweet, slightly sort of cellar-like smell.
I've got a bit of meatiness as well, like something bacony or slightly sweet. I don't know, like maple bacon. It's quite specific.
Which maybe works with that kind of phenolic, smoky sort of spectrum. And then the paste of the cheese itself has a really nice sort of like dairy starter kind of aroma as well. It's a bit sour.
Kind of got a umami kind of aroma to it. It's definitely meaty.
Yeah, it's definitely the smoky baconness, I think, is it's the nice scent coming through, that sort of brothiness as well. Yeah, it's lovely.
Okay, how do we want to score that then?
If we
it's
gave
got to be on the high side again.
Yeah, I think so. If we gave it, was it 8.5? We said in the end I think for me it's a 9. I think it's not holding back. It's doing what it should do for this kind of style, and there aren't any off notes. I think I'm around a 9.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Cool. Fabulous. Wow, 9 it is then. Moving on to texture, please.
I like the texture. Sorry, Sarah, go on. I'm good. Do you want to go?
You go.
Yeah, I like the texture, but I was expecting it to be ever so slightly more yielding, just on sort of an appearance form of it looking like a melting, slightly possibly delactose style cheese. It's not unpleasant. I really like the texture. I was just expecting it to be a little bit more sort of yielding and bouncy. But I've got a tiny distraction from the rind in terms of it being slightly sandy. But overall, it's really pleasant. It's just not what I was looking for, which is not an issue.
Do you think it might be slightly young? It just feels ever so slightly curdy.
Yeah, I think so.
Nothing's quite broken down all the way.
Yeah, I would agree. It's kind of quite buttery when you cut it.
Anybody want to add any more on that one?
I was eating it.
Feels like up a raclette in the background. She's melted it.
The texture in your mouth is also quite curdy.
Yeah, it does. You get that curdiness come through, don't you, when you eat it?
Yes.
But that's really pleasant, right?
Yeah, it's nice. I just expect it to be a bit more bound together somehow. Yeah, I think it probably is the age, Bronwyn, like you said. You'd expect it to be slightly older when you're tasting it.
Like a few more weeks might make all the difference.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's still quite enjoyable from a texture point of view. I'd give it a high mark, but just maybe not quite as high as some of the others.
Yeah.
What do we want to give it then?
8.
8, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 8.5, 8 or 8.5. I'm comfortable with.
My gut's on 8.
8, yeah, would be. I'd want it a slightly bit further on, I think, to be 8.5.
Okay, consensus therefore is 8. Thank you, ladies. And finally, flavour.
It's got quite a beefy note coming through, that brothy note coming through. But again, it would be interesting to see it a few weeks on to see if that's really coming through stronger, a bit more punchier. But you can taste that there's flavours there developing. And actually, they're quite balanced. Not one's hitting me too much. But I just want more, I think, maybe.
I think it's quite young. It hasn't got a huge amount of depth of flavour for me. I'd want it for a wash rind cheese. I'd expect more from the flavour. I found it quite short.
Bronwyn?
Yeah, I mean, I guess given the slightly curdy texture, I'm sort of surprised how much flavor is coming through. I think there could be even more. I like the fact that, like Sarah was saying, there are layers there. I don't think anything is too dominant. I would say it's very, very good.
I think if I was to add anything else, if we were grading this cheese at the age that we think it is, being slightly younger, I think it's spot on. I think it's showing all of the right characteristics for a style of cheese at a couple of weeks before it would be at its prime for eating. It's very, very balanced. It feels like the salt is slightly low, but I don't think that's the case. It's just a little bit muted in all of its flavours. I would love to try that again in 3 weeks.
I don't think there'll be any of it left, do you?
No.
Okay.
I agree with Kay then in terms of the depth there, in terms of the washed rind cheese. But actually, if you were trying to get customers into trying washed rind and they were a bit scared by them, this might be a nice entry in as well.
Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, completely agree with that.
I do too. It's almost like a washed rind cheese where you get a lot of the aroma of the washed rind, but actually the experience of eating it is not. I wouldn't put it necessarily squarely in that category. When I think about it, it seems like something else when you taste the paste.
I do too. We're not really sitting in sort of like a soft, squishy washed rind, guys. We're sitting in that more semi-hard, melty type guys. So I think, for me as well, it could do with a little bit more volume up on everything, but I don't think you want it too much more pungent for this style.
Okay, we're going to push you for a score. Who haven't I pushed yet? Sarah, I don't think I've pushed you for a score yet. So
I have got helicopters. For some reason, Salisbury Plain must be like doing lots of exercises. I've had 4 come over now. So I don't know what's happening. So excuse me if you get like background noise. I think it's probably for me an 8. Would be my gut feel.
Okay, anybody else want to come in there?
I would agree with Sarah on an 8.
Yeah. Fantastic, guys. Thank you. I will recap that final scoring for you. We are 8.5 for appearance, 9 for aroma, 8 for texture, and 8 for flavour. Yep.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, our next cheese is F for Freddy, 101196. She looks very beautiful.
That's a lovely cheese. It's got a lovely halo around the rind. It's like a synthetic rind.
Yeah, it looks like a plastic coat.
Yeah.
Just giving mine a bit of a scrape as well. I've got quite a lot of sheen on the paste, but it's just again from the packaging, from it traveling. The aroma, even still from the moment I opened this, it had a really lovely sort of heady, sweet caramel note coming off it, and now I've given it a scrape. It's even stronger.
It's enhanced it, yeah. Just scraped it myself, and it really enhances that kind of caramel sweetness.
Yeah, it's really unusual looking. I think it looks stunning on a counter.
Yeah, visually, I think the paste is really, really even. There's no kind of mechanical holes, strangely distributed air holes, like slits that you might expect to see if there were like biological problems with this style of cheese. I think it looks really, really even and lovely. And I like the dramatic rind. If I had one criticism of it, I would say that halo does appear like it's encroaching quite far into the cheese, which might limit the amount of cheese that you're actually getting. But it will be interesting to try what it's like close to the rind. If it's delicious under there, then maybe it's not such a big deal.
So I would have completely agreed. I was in complete agreement until I cut right back through the middle, and the halo looks a little bit more integrated. I think it's just where it's been cut, it's slightly dried out. My halo looks sort of more normal now. It's there, but I don't think it looks like it's too much sort of oxidation, drying out, or anything along those lines. It looks quite normal.
It does look better on the freshly cut surface. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we going to give it for appearance then, guys?
I think it's quite high on appearance, personally. Maybe 9.5.
I think it's was 9.5.
I'm happy with a 9. I don't think I'm at 9.5, but I think a 9. It looks very good.
Yeah, somewhere in there works for me as well. I think it's hard to, yeah, either or.
Should we go for 9?
Yeah, let's do 9.
Okay.
9. Lovely. Thank you, guys. How about aroma?
I do really like the aroma. It projects quite a lot. There's something, as people have mentioned, caramel, but there's also something quite fresh about it, almost as sort of lime sherbet. Kind of, it's not just a heavy, sugary aroma. There's something that's a little bit fresh in there too that I like.
I think it's there's a little bit of nuttiness to it, a little bit kind of like almonds, kind of roasted almonds.
I hear you on the lime sherbety, maybe sort of lime cordial, but it really sort of freshness, maybe a bit lime zest. I don't know. There is something there, but in a very sort of small amount, but it gives it a nice boost alongside the sweetness. Yeah, it lifts it.
But it makes it quite interesting. You want to taste it, don't you, to see if you get all those notes coming through.
Okay, let's give it a score for aroma, and then we can just jump in and taste it.
think it's quite high because it's giving quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably 9.5. 9.5. Lots of stuff.
With 9.5. I think it's really nice.
What's it missing, guys?
9.5.
What's it missing? I don't know.
I mean, maybe a tiny bit more depth, maybe a little bit more sort of roundness, a bit more sort of cereal savouriness in the aroma. It's very fresh and clean, and I really like it. But possibly for this kind of style, it could have given just a tiny bit more again in volume. But it's very pleasant. I really do want to eat it.
Okay, shall we go with 9.5 then, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
And go on, dive on in.
Texture's quite firm, quite dense. It's got a bit of playing. Got a bit of play in the bend, so it'll bend before snapping.
I like it. I don't know if anyone else has caught a tiny bit of floweriness, just an ever so slight little floweriness at the end in the mouth, but I do like that sort of waxy, homogeneous texture. Still with a bit of yield, just a tiny bit of flowers distracting me.
I agree. It feels like it's like well broken down. It doesn't feel curdy to me, but I totally agree. The way it melts on my tongue is just a little bit sandy.
Yeah, I would agree. Just a little sandy. It's not massive, but it's not completely smooth.
Sarah?
Sorry, I've got planes going over again.
Sorry.
What's happening in Wiltshire today? Did I miss an air show? They're quite low as well. Yeah, I think I agree. You get that sweetness. There's a bit of frothiness there. Again, I think the flavours could be amplified a bit, actually. You do get that zestiness, but I can't work out what, like we were talking about lime, or there's something zesty going on. But yeah, it's definitely a bit flowery in the texture there.
Okay, what do we want to give it for texture?
It's probably an 8 again, isn't it? I think it's 8.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm happy with that too.
Yeah.
And finally, we're looking at the flavour itself.
I like it. I think it's very pleasant. Everything is balanced, but in line with everything we've said so far, I just think the volume could be turned up slightly. It's what I call a session cheese, in that I could scoff this really, really easily, which is a very good thing. It's a very good sign. It's very appealing and consensual. I would love a tiny bit more depth in it, more of that sort of cereal savoury note. But overall, it's a really, really pleasant cheese.
I agree. So you go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say it's very Moorish, and it's got a beautiful flavour. But again, agree. It needs just a touch more depth and savouriness to it.
Yes.
Okay, who's going to go and dare to score it?
I'm maybe sitting around about an 8.5, 9.
Yeah. What did we score the last one for it not being amplified up enough?
So the last cheese you scored an 8.
Yeah, so it's probably in the same area, isn't it? I think.
I think so.
I would probably go with an 8. I just want something a little more complex and profound.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, and agree.
Okay. So that was an 8 for flavour.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And texture. What are we giving it for texture?
We said 8, I think, for texture as well, didn't we?
I think so, because of that slight floweriness.
Yeah.
Oops, I'd give an 88. That's not going to work. Okay.
Winner.
Have a winner.
So just recapping that for you then, guys. 9 for appearance, 9.5 for aroma, 8 for texture, and 8 for flavour.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you, guys. We are going on to cheese number A2, 1131. Quite a beautiful looking beast.
It is, isn't it? It's like a handsome wedge. It feels quite, I mean, I know this is a really silly thing to do, but it feels quite weighty. It's like a big chunk.
And yet it's very interesting. It's like there's a high density of that cheese.
Yeah.
It's solid.
You definitely know you've got this one. It's quite a slab of cheddar. I mean, it looks quite rugged. The paste looks quite rugged, which is nice. It's appealing. Sorry, I used that nice word again, didn't I?
You did.
I followed it up with appealing. Does
You
that
did.
help?
You did. And rugged.
But the aromas coming off again are so strong when you open that pack. It's beautiful.
And they're really pleasant as well. So the aromas that are coming off are full on, but there's a lot happening. I really like the appearance of the rind as well. It's been really well looked after on mine. I haven't got any bruising, any weird damp spots. It looks very, very well maintained. And the paste itself, for me, it looks really appealing. There's nothing in that sort of kind of guise of a hard cow's milk cheddar style. It looks quite stunning, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Yeah, I totally agree with all of those comments. Should we score?
Has anybody got any blue in theirs?
No.
A tiny bit, but I don't mind. I think it's part of the character. It's only very, very small, and it's almost, you won't be able to see it on the camera.
Yeah.
I've got a very small spot on the top, the rind, but that's all. But that doesn't detract from kind of how it looks and the overall appearance.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how do we want to score it for appearance?
I mean, 9+.
Yeah. 9.5 probably.
9.5.
Much more from it. Maybe we take half off for the blue.
I think I'd take half off elsewhere. I'm happy with the blue. I think I'm 9.5 as well, though, for the overall score. Yeah.
So we're going for 9.5 for appearance, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And why don't we jump straight in with the aroma, because you spoke quite a lot about the aroma as well.
I mean, it's that beefy brothiness coming through again, but it's just clean as well. There's no cheese like this. You'd expect maybe more farmyard notes coming through, and you can tell it's been aged somewhere, but there's none of that farmyard sort of dirty aromas coming through.
It's very clean. It smells like it's kind of been matured in a cave or a humidity controlled cellar of some description.
I don't know if you guys have done this already, but I had a little bit of a packaging-y aroma and taste because I've already jumped forward on it. So I've cut it straight down the middle again, and the aroma's almost like turned up the volume by 2 or 3. It's got really nice sort of grassy notes now. It's got a nice cellar aroma, as you guys were describing, but it's sort of really boosted it, just cutting straight down the middle.
Oh yeah, you get the grass, don't you? And they're like the fruitiness. There's a fruitiness to it.
I've got something in the middle of it. So you really can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a bruise through the middle. But yes, the aroma does dial up as soon as you've cut it.
Yeah.
It's got some really nice sort of mustardy horseradish elements as well as the beefy thing.
Yeah.
A little fruity, but not in the farmhouse kind of sense.
There's also an interesting sort of, again, that kind of lipolytic aroma. Are you getting that? Which isn't something I would normally expect to get from a cheddar per se. I'll be very interested when I taste that, whether it tastes, there's a slight heat there as well. But I wasn't expecting that. It's interesting. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of sort of slight baby sick aroma.
Slight baby sick, slight sort of nail varnish remover, but not quite.
Exactly.
That lovely concoction.
Yes.
But I
makes
didn't love the aroma.
Again, I think everything in moderation can be an interesting element of complexity. It's just, it was a little surprising to me that that was one of the things within this mixture, because it's not necessarily an aroma that I usually expect from cheddar specifically.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. So
There's a
what
lot going on.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's compelling. I'd give it at least an 8, if not more.
I think 8.5 was my gut.
Yeah, 8.5. I was going to say.
Yeah, 8.5 for me as well.
And Sarah?
Yeah, 8.5. Yeah.
Nice consensus, guys. Thank you. Okay, texture.
I mean, it's got a lovely texture. It's got that flint level to it as well.
It's got kind of the carrot snack kind of appearance to it. It's rugged. I'll say it again.
Rugged's a good word.
I think it's definitely got some age on it, this cheese, and it feels slightly dry to start with in the mouth, but that quite immediately breaks down and gives a nice sort of yielding butteriness.
That horseradish is really coming through the taste. as soon as you eat it, it's actually quite high, isn't it?
Yeah. And I actually think all the different elements of the flavor come together quite nicely. There's nothing that's jarring or awkward about the combination of flavors and aromas that are in there.
That is so full of flavor. Actually, it's so it's really amazing.
It's a journey. It keeps changing. So I've gone back and tasted a few different bits. I've had some closer to the heart, closer to the rind. It's very, very different between the two, and also the flavor in the mouth just keeps changing. It's really lovely.
You don't know where you're going on that journey, then?
No, that's exciting.
It's got complexity. It's a really interesting flavor.
Yeah, that's got to score a really high mark. I mean, there's so much going on, but it's also balanced. And like you say, Emma, every time you taste another bit, you get a different flavor, don't you? It's like your mind go really crazy.
And you get a little bit of kind of pineapple towards the end, which is really nice.
And then it's crazy. I love this cheese. What a fun journey.
Okay. What are we going to give it for texture, guys?
A texture.
I thought it's called the texture.
Nope.
I think the texture is good and what you'd expect. So it's got to be 9.5, surely, for texture. I don't know why it wouldn't be a 10.
I think there's tiny little floweriness to it that would make me more around a 9, but I'm happy to go with consensus.
I'm probably closer to a 9 as well. It's just there's this slight bittiness. It's rich and it's breaking down. It's fully broken down. But I guess to me, the texture isn't the thing that stands out the most about it. So I'd probably say, very high. I'm probably close to 9.
Yeah, 9 then. I'm happy with 9.
Yep.
Yeah, happy with a 9.
And what are we going to go with on flavour finally?
Ooh. I mean, I love this. I think that is a fascinating journey where it's slightly been brought down elsewhere. I think it's really, really been made up for in terms of flavour, and that's weighted heavily because flavour is what we're looking for as the principal sort of thing in a cheese. I'm 9.5, 10. I don't know where everyone else is.
I'd be a 10. I really would. I mean, it's just incredible.
I don't know. I'm happy to go with a 10 because I think you get that complexity, the fruitiness, and you get a little bit of a farmy flavour, but not an unpleasant farmy flavour. It's kind of a fresh farminess to it in terms of how it's been matured.
Okay.
Bronwyn, what are you saying?
I'm a 9.5. I'm really picky. But
So
if,
Lauren's on a 9.5, Emma's on a 9.5.
I said I'd be happy either way. I think 9.5 is, yeah, I'll be happy with 9.5.
Yeah, I think that's a consensus.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine.
Good. Well done. Okay, guys, thank you. I'm just going to recap that for you. We are looking at 9.5 for appearance, 8.5 for aroma, 9 for texture, and 9.5 for flavour.
What do you think that's right for aroma? What, did we say 8.5? I really like the aroma. I don't know if...
Yeah, you said 8.5, but we can go back and...
Oh, let's stick to 8.5. I think I'm going to confuse things. Yeah.
Everybody else happy with that?
Yes.
Great. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Sadly, on to our penultimate cheese, which is D31049.
Mine's going to slide out the pack.
Yeah, mine's desperately trying to escape.
Mine's trying to hold on.
It's probably gone a little far for me in terms of kind of the rind. Sorry, the rind is going quite orange, brown on the edges. It's maybe gone a bit too far on appearance for my personal taste.
I think this is
starting to break down.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky one in terms of this style of cheese, getting it to an awards at exactly the right stage of affinage. Because you don't want this style of cheese, like this bloomy rind, to be chalky. You don't want it to be too much under. So it's a really fine line between when you get it to us. It's very obvious that it's what is in the middle? It's got a heady sort of truffle aroma, and I think the texture of the paste, yeah, it's nicely broken down. But I agree, the rind has gone slightly into those brown, a little bit duller colours, and there's a lot of ammonia coming off mine as well.
I wonder, just looking at the depth of it, whether, because I agree, it's like getting this cheese, ripening this cheese is like a knife edge. I wonder if having a slightly deeper cheese would have allowed it to ripen more successfully and not end up with such a high rind to paste ratio. It's quite, I think a lot of consumers would really be drawn to something that was so oozy and creamy. I think looking at it with my harsh sort of cheese buyer glasses on, I look at that and it's like that needs to be sold yesterday. But that's all part of the fun.
Yeah, no, I agree with what everyone said. It's just, yeah, it's hard though, isn't it? It's really hard entering for awards and getting it exactly right on that day, and then it's travelled quite well.
Because even when you cut it open, I appreciate what you're saying. Even when you cut it open and put what looks to be a truffle paste through the middle like a sandwich, it would still continue to ripen. So maybe they've just left it a little too late.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fully gone, isn't it? It's absolutely right.
So what score would we like to give it for appearance, guys?
Is 7 or 7.5 a bit harsh?
No, I think that's around the right. That's where I'd be sitting as well. 7.5. I'd be in exactly the same ballpark for appearance.
And that's purely about the age of the cheese. It's got nothing to do with the transportation.
I would say that it's not that it's been heat abused. If it had been, I think I would be expecting a lot more like wet spots on it. I think and the ammonia as well suggests to me it's just a little bit on the descent.
So did we give that a 7 or a 7.5?
7.5, probably. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm happy with 7.5.
Okay, so 7.5. Lovely. Now aroma.
So for me, I'm just going to jump straight in. We've already mentioned the sort of the ammonia of the rind going slightly over. However, the truffle aroma itself is very pleasant, and you can smell truffle. It doesn't just smell like a truffle essence or a truffle oil. It's got more of a rounded, mushroomy, earthy element, which I really, really appreciate. I think it smells really nice in that truffle, guys. Sorry, not nice. I said other words. Is that all right, Cara?
Yes. You're off the hook. So it's very rounded, mushroomy.
Yeah, it feels like a natural truffle flavor, and it's so easy to abuse truffle that this feels like a really sensitive use of the ingredient.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with all of that. And you still get the cheese, the brie smell coming through as well when you get close up to it. It's not completely overpowering, though it is strong.
Mm.
Yeah, it's nice. Shouldn't use nice, but it's nice.
Yeah. Oh, you shouldn't. Anyway.
Put it in our head now, Cara. We're all just going to say nice because we're not allowed.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to put you on pause and you'll be there all day. And we'll not get anywhere. But, you know, I think that welcome back, Kay. She's coming back, just having issues with sound. So you can still smell the paste of the cheese.
Yeah.
Even though the truffle element is quite high. So would you say that that's a really good balance?
Yeah, you want to be able to smell the cheese as the main component of the cheese as well as the enhancement you're putting in. I think it's nice to have that balance.
Okay. Kay, thanks for coming back to us.
Really sorry about
no, it's not your fault at all.
I just couldn't hear you. So yes, it's quite balanced, but I do get quite a strong aroma from the rind.
Yeah, is that the ammonia?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I've noted that. So, where do we want to go with the aroma, guys?
I think because of the truffle flavor being aroma being quite natural and appealing, and not just what lots of people do and making it full of truffle oil and truffle essence. I think I'd be happy to sort of augment that a little bit over the ammonia aroma. I think maybe about an 8-ish I'd be happy with.
Yeah, 8 feels right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't go any higher than 8.
Lovely. Thank you, guys. How about texture?
I mean, it's very oozy. I mean, I don't mind oozy cheeses, actually. As Woman said, it looks really appealing for customers, doesn't it? But I think you're right. I think I probably want it a bit firmer, maybe in the middle, just to pull all that together.
I also feel like the rind is pretty good. Like, I like the texture of the rind on top and how it's flirting with some geos, some corynebacteria, some like different things going on. So it's not just a white monoculture, but the rind still feels a little bit thick and carpety to me. And I might for me, that's part of the overall impression of eating the cheese. And I would probably, knock it down slightly on that.
I think the rind's quite dry. I thought it was going to be quite tough, but it's not. It's just very dry. The paste is lovely. It's silky. I think it's in my personal opinion, I think it's just gone too far.
Just bear with me, guys.
Like it to hold together a little better than it is, so that you can distinguish between the truffle and the paste of the cheese, because currently you can't.
Sorry, chaps. Something is going wrong with my computer. So, in terms of that one, we are going where with texture?
7.5.
Yeah, I think 7.5.
Yeah.
Okay. And then finally, flavor.
You do get the balance of the brie notes coming through with the truffle, so that's nice, and it is very silky.
There's not too much bitterness. I mean, there's a tiny hint of bitterness, but I think for this style of cheese, often they can be searingly bitter. And so I think that I would count that in its favor. There's a milkiness in there as well. I'm pretty impressed by the flavor, actually.
Yeah, me too. There's a nice sort of buttery element as well coming through from the paste. There's some really nice, not nice, God, I can't say nice. I mean, not that it's not nice, Cara. Oh my God. Really rounded, well-balanced flavors. And I really appreciate that mushroomy, earthy element that's coming through, which works very, very well with this brie kind of style, bloomy rind cheese.
You do get some ammonia from the rind if you eat the rind along with the paste, but it's not an unpleasant flavour. But really like it's not overpoweringly truffle flavour, which you can sometimes get on these style cheeses. It's a really nice mushroom truffly flavour. It's quite meaty.
Okay. Let's jump on in there, guys, and give it a score.
For flavour, I think probably an 8 for flavour.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
Wow. Brilliant. Consensus. Okay. We are going on to our very final cheese, which is C11056, and looks quite magnificent. I don't know if anybody else has managed to unwrap it yet.
I think we might need a little moment to just
clean the board.
That really lovely glue.
In that case, I'm going to do the honours whilst you're cleaning your boards and show everybody this very stunning bit of cheese.
Beautiful. A little bit of pinking around the rind, but it's a beautifully well-veined cheese.
Yeah.
Slightly mottled in terms of the curd. It's very slightly mottled on my piece. The coat is the coat's good. It's even.
From my side, I'm going to say 4. I think my bit looks really quite lovely with the bluing. The rind's been really well looked after. I quite like that pinky hue. I like that. My piece looks really good.
Yeah, my piece looks good as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I was immediately drawn to this when I was looking through the box. I was like, that looks like a good blue cheese.
Yeah.
Carl, can you write down 4?
I'm just checking my spelling on it, Emma. PHWOAR.
11 R's. That's it. Correct.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, so we got market on appearance.
Yeah.
9.5.
Yeah. 9.5.
Again, what's missing on that then, guys?
The only thing missing on mine is the bluing doesn't go all the way to the edge on one side. It does on the other, but just on one side. So yeah, I'd knock half a point off for that.
So we're going with 9.5.
Yeah.
Aroma?
I was getting a fair amount of ammonia off it to start with, which is expected in this style. But again, going straight down the middle and giving it the benefit of the doubt from the packaging, it's opened up again. It's got some nice sort of cereal malty aromas.
Yeah, you get that biscuit note, don't you? That's
it's maltiness is.
Yeah.
And a little bit of sort of a sweet, fruity, ketone kind of thing from the blue as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. It's nice. I shouldn't say nice. It's got lots of different flavours. Now you keep telling me not to say that word. It's really hard.
I know I'm terrible, but I'm just allergic to the word. And I think you guys are amazing and could come up with some even better ones than that. So.
Really nice.
Really nice.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a 9 or 9.5 again.
I'd go 9.5.
For aroma, yeah.
Consensus on 9.5, guys, for aroma.
Yeah.
Sure. Lovely. Super duper. Who wants to talk to us about the texture?
I've just sliced a slice off my wedge and it's really buttery. It's not crumbled at all. And I think that's a really good attribute for it, that it's quite smooth. It felt quite smooth under the knife.
Yeah, I like the sort of light butteriness. It feels very soluble. Sometimes these sort of, I'm guessing this is a Stilton style cheese, can be quite kind of stodgy and yolky or gummy. And this isn't gummy. And I really like that about it.
It's so, yeah, exactly that. It's not cloying at all. It's not sticky in the palate as well. The texture, when you cut through, it is very yielding, and that translates into the mouth as well. It breaks down really, really beautifully, and you haven't got any granularity from the blue molds either.
Yeah, it just melts away in your mouth. It's really pleasing.
That's a beautiful texture.
That's stunning. And the blue's so incorporated. You're not, sometimes the blue feels a bit separated from the cheese, but it's not in this one at all. It's all integrated.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, thank you for asking.
I'm also slightly rhetorical, but also I don't know what would make me score it down from a 10.
I mean, to my mind, it's a little bit, and again, maybe this is my personal taste, it's a bit too blue for me. I feel like the taste of the paste is so good, and because there's so much blue in it, it's almost like it's taking away from that really, like, the bright, juicy, cheesy flavor of it a little bit. And again, I know that's a matter of personal taste, and some people like their blue cheeses really blue and would consider that an attribute. But for me, it's a little bit over dominated by the blue flavor, and the paste is so good. I think it's a shame.
Oh no, I agree for the flavor. We on texture.
On texture. Well, even then, I guess maybe I agree with you that again, in the great spectrum of blue cheeses, the blue is very, very nicely incorporated with it. But I also find that there's a little bit of like leafiness on my tongue.
Okay.
Again, super picky. Why it's not a 10.
Good is good, yeah.
So we're still looking at texture, guys. So what are we going to give it?
Where are we then? 9.5-ish instead of 10?
Yeah, I'd be 9.5, I think.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
going to say that's fair, because it's not really about personal taste. It's about the cheese itself. And if the paste isn't coming through enough, then that's your differential. We're going 9.5 then, guys.
To the table.
Are we going 9.5 or 10?
9.5. Not 10. We're going 9.5.
9.5, yeah. Brilliant. Thank you, guys. And finally, the very final mark of this year's contest is going to be on the flavour of this beautiful blue. Who wants to jump in?
I mean, I think it's really nicely balanced. I don't mind that blue to the paste. I get enough, but I do like quite strong blues, so that might be the difference. The salt level feels really balanced as well. It's not coming up too much at the back, but salty enough. Yeah, I'm quite impressed. This is really good.
I don't think I think the texture's lending itself to quite a matured Stilton, because because it's quite rounded on the flavour. You don't get very much piquant at all that you do on some of the younger Stiltons and Blues. I really like this one. Could maybe benefit with some more depth, perhaps. But overall, I'd give it a high score.
I think I'm sitting exactly where Bronwyn described flavour a little bit earlier, in that just a tiny little less of that bluing and a bit more of the cheese flavour itself would balance this out ever so slightly more for me. It feels dominating.
I also think there's just a hint of bitterness. And I wonder, again, like with maybe one of the earlier cheeses, whether with an extra month or two, again, I think there could be more that this cheese could give, and it might lose a little bit of that awkward bitterness of youth.
I think possibly, but with the amount of bluing in there, I wonder whether it would just get even stronger.
That's the flip side. Yeah.
All right, guys. So for our very last time this year, I'm going to ask you for a mark on flavour.
I mean, I'd give it a 9. Yeah, probably a 9 given everyone's comments.
Yeah, I would go 9.
I'm happy with 9.
Sure, I'm okay with a 9. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm just going to recap that final cheese for you. We're looking at 9.5 for appearance, 9.5 for aroma, 9.5 for texture, and 9 for flavour. Yep. Wonderful. Ladies, you've been absolutely magnificent. Thank you for your feedback. It's been joyous having you guys there. Just a very, very quick final thank you to Butlers for our lovely aprons, and to the wonderful Millers who have come on board this year as our cracker sponsors, and they do seriously provide the most beautiful array of crackers and match them perfectly with some of these stunning cheeses. So thank you to you all. Oh, I don't know what else is left to say other than Nigel, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Cara, for keeping everyone on track and to time and everything. And brilliant. Thank you so much for lending us your palates. It's been a real joy, a real journey, great cheese to finish on. And yeah, just absolutely. I can't wait to find out maybe in an hour who's won what, all our category winners and our supreme champion. Really special. So it's a massive, massive round of applause. Emma Young with Cheese Explorer, thank you so much. Bronwyn Percival, the guru from Neal's Yard Dairy. Sarah Minnes, thank you very much from Waitrose, hurrah. And of course, Kay Brennan from Tesco, much, much appreciated. And Cara, thank you for keeping us all together. That's great, been brilliant. And gosh, now that's all the judging and tasting done for this year. But we've got a fantastic, absolutely brilliant debate coming up here, the Women in Cheese panel, and I've got some fantastic finalists. So let's bring it on at just gone 3 o'clock. Women in Cheese, that is a fantastic point of discussion. Greetings all. Hello. How are we? Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Available. I really do appreciate that. Really brilliant. I'm a northern boy. Went to school in Cheshire. Know all about Cheshire cheese. Yeah. No, lucky me. So Applebee's. Yeah. It's a dairy I know very well. So lucky me. Founded, of course, by Lucy Appleby. Grandmother-in-law to Sarah, so thank you very much. And nowadays it's Paul, Lucy's grandson, alongside Sarah, who are making the Cheshire in the same stable where it all kicked off, I understand. So well done, and greetings to you. Thank you very much, Jane. Good to track you down. Brilliant St Andrews Farmhouse, of course. Couple of hundred of our own homebred Frisian Holsteins. Check them out east of Fife near St Andrews as well, farming there since the 1930s as well, joined by two of the sons, Ben and Adam nowadays, of course, Anster and Medred, Anster, and so much. Interesting fact, are only 10 UK raw milk cheeses approved by DEFRA for export to Australia. There you go.
That's right.
Well done to you and all your crew, a team of 5. And Selina, greetings. Errington Cheese, South Lanarkshire, in the Pentland Hills, very beautiful part of the world. Humphrey Errington began making cheese at Walston Brayhead Farm in the early 1980s. Small flock of ewes as well. Lanark Blue, and then Corallin, that natural glut of spring milk that was all used up as well. And Selina went to Biggar High School, of course, got a BSc Honours in Construction Management from Heriot-Watt University. There you go. Doing a bit of a deep dive and a bit of a stalk, so apologies for that one as well. But well done, and thank you very much for joining us on this panel. I really do appreciate it. It's been a great couple of days. And Jane, you're nodding away. Who would have thought, but look at us because of lockdown, but we would end up tasting and judging cheeses online, through screens on our laptops and computers. I mean, what a brilliantly bonkers upsurge from what was a very torrid time.
Yeah, no, it's one of the maybe few positives to have come out of that time when it was all such a nightmare for everybody. And now we have these wonderful awards that so many cheesemakers take part in. And the great thing is that the public can view it and hear the judges' comments. And the cheesemakers can as well, which is fantastic. It gives us an insight into what they're actually saying about our cheeses, which is so helpful and so interesting.
Yeah, quite a responsibility, you imagine, Sarah, to make sure that your cheese gets around the country and arrives in good nick. I mean, you think of it like that for us. I mean, it's like the World Cheese Awards, they're going to end up in another part of the world. This year it's going to be in Bern in Switzerland. But to make sure that when it leaves you in pristine condition, but when it arrives at the other end, it's also as in really good nick. And that's, again, because these are living, breathing, remarkable things. So big responsibility of the organisers of events like this to make sure that we're doing your cheeses proud.
Absolutely. And it was lovely to just get a little snippet there at the end of the judging with Bronwyn and Sarah and the rest. So lovely, just seeing the care and the attention and the thoughtfulness that they're putting into the judging, which is so true for the whole industry, that, we make the cheese and we send it off wrapped and labeled, and then it arrives, and for someone to then sit and taste it in such a sort of profoundly thoughtful way is lovely. Yeah, really brilliant.
Yeah, well, I mean, Selina, just got to get it right, because as I say, there's nothing worse. It's a great cheese when it left you, and it's just to make sure. But that was a lovely insight as well, just seeing all those very different palates, but also the influence. You think of those 4 judges there, what they're doing. I mean, Emma, for instance, is telling the people about it. She's doing the journalistic side, but everyone else basically as well, cheesemongers, they're trying to move it on. They're trying to sell it and do it in a fine fashion. That chain from you making the cheeses out there, it's crucial.
Yeah. We always say it takes a village, more than a village, and tracking back, obviously Cheshire's got such a long history, but it wasn't just one person in the dairy ever, was it, Jane, Selina? It was, it came right from, the females being taught from their mothers, grandmothers, aunts, to then all those people involved in farms years and years ago. There wasn't just a tractor driver and a herdsman. There was a huge amount of people involved in growing the grass, looking after the cows, the animal husbandry, and then in the dairy. It was, it was a big industry, and that village sort of community thing, I think, is so important. And for that, we're really blessed with our specialist cheesemakers and the mongers, and the whole industry is really buzzy and a real community. But we thrive off it in both us making and you guys that are at the end of it to the consumer.
Yeah, good. Well,
it's a partnership between all of us. It's not just, we can be holed up in our cheese dairy and never see the light of day, busy making cheese and looking after it. But without everybody else along the chain to take it to the final customer, there's no point. It's got to be, these links are so, so important. And it's great because it gets us introduced to so many people within that chain as well. And it's exciting. It gives a real richness to life, to the life of a dairy farmer, I would say. cheese making takes us places we'd never otherwise go, introduces us to people we'd never otherwise meet, and that's wonderful. Oh,
I think you're on mute, Nigel. Oh.
Can't hear him.
Sorry about that. Gosh, what do I do? What do I do for a living? You know. Heaven forbid. There you go. Yes, Selena. Sorry. How many of you involved at Errington? How many are in the crew there?
Oh, so on the farm we have 3 full-time and 4 part-time milkers, but because we milk sheep and goats, we have double. We basically have 4 milkings a day, so because we have to wash down in between, so it's about 70 or 80 man hours a week of milking, just by.
Yeah, or woman hours.
And then, in the cheese rooms we have my sister-in-law Angela and. 4 part-time people as well.
And we were just saying, Selena, the days of not, coming onto the farm, you won't go past the gate. It's just agriculture has changed so much, the last 20, 30 years about agritourism. It's something that's a bit of a theme today, is that people opening up their farms and now wheeling, the 3 of you out to talk about your cheeses, and everything tastes better with a good story. And you all have great stories to your businesses and backgrounds, the parts of the world where you are as well. And is that's cheese making seems to have moved on so much more, Selena, than just simply making cheese. It's out there, but the whole marketing and packaging that goes with it.
Yeah, and I think it's a responsibility we all have to show people, keep the farm kind of open, well, controlled but open, and invite people in so they can see exactly how we do everything and how we make the cheese. So we do kind of farm tours, and we have a cafe and a cheese shop as well. So if people can come for the full experience, if you're coming up north.
Well, great. No, absolutely. I think it's destination dining, eating, what have you, without doubt. I think that's, gosh, in a cautious market, everyone is doing whatever they can to try and give themselves a bit of an advantage, particularly when you've got such tasty cheeses as yours. It's great to be able to taste them in situ. Jane, I'm Women in Cheese. I feel for a start, I'm honoured to be involved hosting this panel, but also the fact, if you look back over the years, who originally made a lot of the cheese, who did all the baking, who made the beer. Obviously it was women, and yet it still makes me laugh. But 85% of the food in the world is cooked by women, but it's the men who make most noise about it, and they're the ones who are, by and large. But obviously that the women's role in making cheese is a long established one, and quite rightly.
Yes, it is, and we're the power behind the throne. Really, we're quietly getting on with it, supporting our men folk in whatever way we can, and proud to do it. And that's what it's all about, and it always has been, and that hasn't changed today. I think Sarah and Selena would probably agree with me. We're doing this to help our family businesses, help our husbands, help our sons and other family members who are joining the businesses, and we're proud to do that. And that aspect of it has not changed even 100 years onwards. The key principles remain the same, and then producing that product and offering it direct to the public, bringing that whole thing full circle, that's not changed either. That's just something that's always been, and it's a great part of it. It gives you a real sense of satisfaction.
Yeah, good. And Sarah, of course, it was Lucy Appleby who kickstarted it all anyway in the first place. And I say, growing up where I am, Appleby's Cheshire were very, very famous, but it was, it's a bit like Mrs. Kirkham's, ones which I've actually said, no, this was a woman who first started making this cheese, and we're carrying on that tradition.
Absolutely. Yeah, Grandma, so she learnt her cheese making from her mother and probably her grandmother. And she was slightly unusual in that she went away to a local college to further her skill. That was sort of becoming, education was seen as, a little bit more accessible. But her interest, and when we look back at her notes from college, they really were incredibly in depth. The microbiological knowledge that us cheesemakers think that we, nowadays we talk about. She was doing it then, and the chemical solution rates and everything was there. But it also, her notes are so interesting about making it a business, as Jane's touched on, that she's got these beautiful ledgers with inputs and outputs, and nothing really different from what we're doing now. Excuse me. But she was incredible at keeping her records. So her make notes are still so relevant to how we make cheese today.
She had 7 children in the process and was even making cheese on the day that she went into labor with one of them.
Yeah. She was an incredible woman. She was an incredible, and we've just been making cheese in the vat today, and it's very hot. And so I'm leaning over the vat, and she had the most beautiful skin up until she sadly passed away in her mid-80s. But you wouldn't have known, but she was very bent over because she'd been, Cheshire is very physical, so you're breaking the curd, and she was a phenomenal cheesemaker, which I think is why, as Applebee's, we've stayed. She built that relationship with Neal's Yard, etc. So she made a great cheese, and she stuck to her guns. But
use hand knives to cut the curd. That's a good way of keeping you out of the gym. I mean, incredibly physical when about it.
Yeah. That's why we do it, of course, isn't it, girls? We do it to keep fit, and
But on that note, now I've talked about the World Cheese Awards in Bern. In the last 2 years, we've been in Donostia, the Basque Country, San Sebastian. We've been in Oviedo. We were in Portugal. That whole the nature of 2 of you in Scotland, 1 in Cheshire. But to get out there to the world, I mean, that must be, Jane. If you travel more and more with work, is that a side you enjoy? The ambassadorial role.
Absolutely. It really has, as I said earlier, enriched our lives. For instance, you touched on the fact that our cheese is it gets exported to Australia. And my husband, Robert, and I went out to Australia at the beginning of this year and visited our customer out there, did some cheese tastings for some of their customers, and helped to introduce the cheese to their team over there to help boost sales. And for me, that was such a thrill. Imagine. Very exciting. And I was in a store in Melbourne, and I saw our cheese for sale, and I said to the chap behind the counter, I bet you won't believe it, but I make that cheese. And he said to me, with an accent like that, I certainly do believe it.
Brilliant, though. How exotic is that? That really, it is. That's what I love about it. It's a bit, one level, you're working really hard, keeping yourself out of the gym, cutting the curds and what have you, with your whey wash. The Applebee whey wash is what we're going to have to sell it now as. The other thing, you're there in conferences around the world. I mean, Selena at Errington's, you picked up many, many accolades and everything. Is that something that involves you as much? Are you out and about more, or do you prefer to be back at base camp? What's your ideal mix for your work life?
I don't really get away anywhere as exotic as Jane, I have to say. I suppose my children they're getting a bit older now, so I suppose I can go away a wee bit, but yeah, we don't export anything directly. It gets done through wholesalers, so I never really know exactly where it's going.
How old are the cherubs? Your cherubs?
I know they're teenage girls now, so it's 13 and 15.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we've just done 20 years of school runs, 3 boys, hallelujah, back of the net. So, the world is our oyster. But I do think that is something, and it again intriguing who actually goes out to do it, whether it's you or you do it through marketeers or obviously this is Women in Cheese, but it doesn't need to be whatever the gender. It's more about you putting the message over and telling people and that marvelous moment, when you put a slather of your cheese on a knife and get someone to taste it, that's still, isn't it? Wherever you are in the world, that's that special moment, Sarah, when you just think, yeah, Applebee's, and that moment when people just stop to think, and that journey is this, field to fork. It's absolutely right.
You've summed that up, because I think Cheshire's not suddenly wham bam. It's subtle, it's complex, it's juicy, it's nuanced. And quite often you get someone saying, "Oh, what's your strongest cheese?" Well, you know, try a little bit of Cheshire. It's 3 to 4 months old. They try it. Sometimes they'll walk off, and then they'll come back and say, "I can still taste that." And for me, that is what it's about. And we say each of our cheeses are little time capsules. So you unwrap the cloth and you get a sense of, you know, the soil, the pasture, the cows, the climate, the mood in the cheese dairy, where the cheese was sat in the storeroom, you know, who's ultimately had that cheese and passed it on to the customer. And that's such a privilege. And getting that sort of response will always be, for me, such a thrill. I love that. I love the fact that at the end of the day, we make something that feeds somebody. And if they love it, or even if they go, "Oh, not what I was expecting." Yeah, I think Cheshire, we all make, Jane, you make a crumbly cheese. I think people's palates sometimes are a bit not used to that lactic crumble. They're used to something more cheddary or blue or sexy and seductive, the little cheeses. So to push those British territorial cheeses to still make people go, "Ah," or "Oh gosh, I remember having that with my granny," or "Oh yeah, there was a lady in the village who always used to bring that when they came to visit." I love those connections. I love that heritage. I love how it links to the provenance. And I love to think there's a legacy there with our cheeses, all of us.
Yeah, I totally agree. And of course, you're all family businesses. That's it, you know, coincidentally as well. So just to we haven't got enough time. Sadly, I could speak for hours. And I would really love to, and I hope we do in the future. But just if people have not been, just to say a bit about you, what it is, there's a good reason to come and visit you in situ, or if not, at very least, taste your cheeses and what it is that the essence of to capture what it is that makes it your cheese, you know, just unique to you and your environment. I'm going to start with you, Jane, and then Selena and then Sarah, if that's all right. Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Thank you, Nigel. Well, we make basically two styles of cheese. We make a crumbly territorial style Cheshire. I hesitate to say Cheshire style cheese when Sarah is here in the room, because she has, for all the reasons she's been discussing, that's who we think of when we think of Cheshire cheese. But we do make a Cheshire style cheese as well, called Enster, and we make a St Andrews, which is our mature farmhouse cheddar, and we also do a flavoured one with garlic and chives. And we also have a little smokehouse on the farm now, so we also smoke the cheeses, and smoked cheese is incredibly popular as well. And we sell these cheeses, they're all raw milk cheeses, they're all handmade on the farm by our team here, using the milk from our own cows, and we sell them throughout the UK, a little bit of export as well. And we also sell, even right at the door, people can come and buy from our cheese counter on the farm. You can have it in shops and restaurants and cheesemongers throughout the country. So we're very proud to have our cheese retailed all over the place, and yeah, it's a little bit of our farm and what we do here. It's a taste of the east of Fife where we are, and I'm looking out the window at the sea from where we are here, and we're in this wonderful place where we have fantastic views and a lovely, where the sea meets the land. It's a lovely place, and I like to think our cheese reflects that.
Wow, brilliant. Selena, follow that. Good luck.
Well, we've got sheep. Obviously, we milk them seasonally, so I'd like to think that the cheese reflects the milk, you know, and the land that we're producing it from. Sheep's milk by nature is very seasonal, so it does vary hugely throughout the season. So we make the sheep's cheese from February to the end of August. So it does, you know, vary. The blue cheese gets quite strong towards Christmas and January time. And we've run out of all our Coral Inn from last year now, so we've got a gap. So that's the hard sheep's cheese we make at this time of year when there's a glut of sheep's milk in the spring. And then we make our lactic goat's cheese all year round, which is, I don't think there's any other cheese particularly like it in Scotland just now. So it's kind of a fresh, you can really, because it's not a matured cheese, you can really taste the milk and the way it's handled and made. So yeah, we as I've said, we've got cafe restaurant where you can have cheese boards and everything else, and different dishes made with the cheese and the meat from the farm. So.
For sure, absolutely. I mean, that's it. Rock up to South Lanarkshire, you know, and the Pentland Hills is a beautiful part of the world. You know, I know you live in amongst it, but fantastic. Sarah, go on. Your finale.
If I could get it, I would love to eat Coraline. I absolutely love it, Selena. It's one of my go-to. And the same with your cheese, Jane. It's so lovely eating other cheesemakers' cheese. I love it if one of our customers comes and brings a cheese board. Don't get me wrong, we eat so much Cheshire. I don't think I'd feed our 5 children if we weren't cheesemakers and dairy farmers. But yeah, I mean, if in a way, if I had my way, I would just sell our Cheshire locally. I just love the fact that it should be eaten, you know, round this area with some cider and some apples from, you know, local. But that, in reality, that isn't what happens nowadays. So we're always ever grateful to those wholesalers and cheesemongers that get it out there, because we're good at farming and cheese making, not so great at the distribution or that. So it's a real partnership, and we're so thrilled that the cheese ends up in, you know, Australia. Our cheese is there, and it's in America, and, you know, nationwide, and internationally, and that is such a thrill. But I love it when we've got a little shop open on a Friday, and I love it when someone who's just down the road pops up, has a chat, walks past the cows, you know, pops their head through the window into the dairy, and just that, and sort of, oh, how are you doing? Oh, it's been really dry this week. You know, how are the cows? It's, you know, there's not much grass. That, I don't know. You know, we're so lucky that we're still able to make a living from dairy farming and cheese making, and, you know, we are really blessed. So please eat it, and, you know, support those cheesemakers that sort of dash in and said, I love the fact Jane's still got her dairy hat on.
Yeah, quite right. No, we're probably going back to after this minute.
Yeah. But it's real. It's for real. It's not just pretend. It is for real.
I know. Well, I said to Jane, oh no, I've got hairnet hair because it's so hot in the dairy today.
Well, I'm the same. That's why I've kept my hat on.
Well, what I'll be doing, I can promise you, I'm going to taste your cheeses on the radio with the BBC, and I'm going to match them with beers, ciders, or wines, or whatever I find made only by women. So we'll do that, but I'll let you know before we do it. But it's just brilliant. Thank you for your time. I know you're really busy with your schedules. You produce stunningly good cheeses, but they are, as I say, with a great backstory, and it's a good reason to go and track you all down in situ, and we'll pretend we're all honorary, you know, Scots or Cheshire folk for that very moment. But you've done our industry proud, and you're great ambassadors for it, and it's a real privilege. And I mean this to share a screen with you now, and I look forward to seeing you in person as well. Jane Stewart, thank you so much of St Andrew's Farmhouse, Selena Cairns of Errington Cheese, and Sarah Appleby of Appleby's Dairy. Thank you. Gosh, that was a real joy. Thank you very much. And Roger Cowgill, follow that, because we're moving on. We've got another interview with a great Lancashire cheese, but made in Yorkshire. So let's find out more in our next interview that's to come on this marvellous day of Virtual Cheese Awards Finals Tasting Day. All of that was impressive. I don't if you managed to catch the last few minutes of the interview there.
Yeah,
that was just brilliant. You immediately, I don't know if you know all the cheeses, but they're really excellent and brilliant, and marvelous. It's been a real. So all our final panel of judges for the awards this year were women, you know, the chief buyers from Waitrose and Tesco and Neil's Yard, and then Emma, who's a great journalist who travels the world as a cheese explorer, promoting cheese. It's an interesting and I think fascinating and great time to be involved in the cheese industry at the moment. Would you agree, Mr. C?
Yeah, definitely. We're obviously still fairly new to the industry, but yeah, definitely, it's it's been fascinating getting into it, and yeah, big learning curve, and just very exciting, very interesting.
Tell us a bit about you then, the farm, where it is, and where you're based, and the cheese that you make.
Yeah, so we're about a mile. We're in North Yorkshire. We're about a mile from the Yorkshire Dales, a mile from the Lancashire border. Small farm. Up until about 5 years ago, it was just my mum farming here, and we just had sheep. And then over the last 4 or so years, we've started milking cows, and over the last 18 months, developed raw milk Lancashire cheese.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, as you say, but made nicely in Yorkshire. But I was born on a farm in Lancashire, but mum and dad are from Yorkshire, so I know it's an interesting cross fertilization, but brilliant as well. But a lovely part of the world. But you are. Which is your nearest market town?
We're probably just about Lancaster, but we're between Lancaster, Kendal, and Skipton.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it really well. I was at school at Sedbergh, so I'm not a million miles away from where you were as well. And in fact, we've got a big food and drink and farming festival coming up in Skipton next month. The Yorkshire Dales, so I'm going to be up there, and hopefully we'll be able to grab some of your cheese. But what was it the decision? Because originally sheep, but then you decided to move into cows. Is that because of bigger yields, or difficulty of getting enough milk from the sheep, or what was the decision making?
Well, the sheep were just for commercial, fat lamb sheep production. So
you weren't milking them so much.
No. So it was my mum had a part-time job and farming part-time as well. I grew up milking cows. Various places, and always enjoyed milking cows. And then I went away to university, and then went on to brew beer in craft breweries for a few years, and the sort of trying to make the farm financially viable, combined with wanting to milk cows, combined with the sort of make it, the process, the making of things, and the brewing sort of all came together to switch over to milking cows, and then following on making cheese. So
yeah,
it seemed quite a progression.
Where were you at uni? What did you study?
I went to Newcastle and I did agriculture. And then while I was there, they had a little microbrewery in the uni, and used to go there on the weekends and help them make beer and all that sort of stuff. So I'd been home brewing for a while as well at the time. So it was good fun.
And which microbrewery will you then move on to? Did you work for?
The one I was at before I came here was they're called Hadrian Border, sort of northeast based, sort of good traditional sort of cask beer.
Yeah, excellent. I was scribbling this all down so I can taste it on the radio and what have you. So yeah. And what about are you Friesian Holsteins? What are the cows?
So we've got a mix of dairy shorthorns and sort of Kiwi cross, which are sort of Friesian Jersey cross. We try and graze the cows out for as long as possible. So we're looking for cows that aren't too big and of great milk quality. So that's sort of what we're looking for.
Yeah. And what are you milking on? Is it herringbone, or what have you got?
So because we were sheep before, and it hasn't been a dairy farm for 40 years, we don't have or when we started, we didn't have the facilities to milk cows, not a parlour or anything like that. So we milked them in the field in a mobile milking parlour. So we imported it from Lithuania, a flat pack. It came on a pallet, flat pack, and we put it together. And then we milk the cows in the field, because we have like a rotational grazing system. So the cows move on each day, and the parlour moves with them, and then we take everything to them.
Yeah. Brilliant. So that's still the case.
We're still doing that now. I think eventually we'll probably move on to a milking parlour at some point, but for now that's what we're using.
How big's the herd?
Yeah, we only milk 20 cows, so it's not that bad. We're not milking hundreds. So.
And have you got warm weather at the moment? Is it? I mean, getting up in the morning, probably one of the nicest times of the year to do it.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful this time. Yeah, day like today, it's no better place to milk cows.
Yeah. Okay. Well, but just before we get on to the cheese, so tell me about the beer. You still, keeping your hand in on that side at all?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time these days, but I wouldn't mind making a bit. But no, it was good fun. I did it for a good long while.
Have you got some favourite local brews up in Yorkshire, Lancashire that you go-tos?
Probably. We just tend to go to there's two small local breweries near us. There's Kirby Lonsdale Brewery, which is at Kirby Lonsdale, and then there's Old School Brewery at Wharton. And it's just because they're the two closest to us, and they're both good and good atmosphere, and just nice going to somewhere where they actually make the beer and serve it there.
We had 38 of us gathered at the Kirby Lonsdale Brewery this time last year. It was a memorable evening, I think, but it was just great to see it because it wasn't there. Originally, it's just great to see all these microbreweries, and then they've got the bars attached. It's fabulous and well done. But cheese, then. So the decision then to make this Lancashire style cheese. Obviously, you're pretty much in Lancashire or on the border. But what was it? But you could have made lots of different cheeses. What was your thinking behind that? Because it takes quite a lot of energy to make Lancashire. I mean, during the war, they stopped making Lancashire cheese because it took up too much energy. It's quite a specific, not an easy cheese to get right.
Yeah, definitely. The reason we sort of chose to go to make Lancashire was we're starting off with a couple of years ago, and we're only milking 10 or so cows, and obviously that's not very much milk per day. We're only low yielding cows, so. When I read about Lancashire, the idea of combining curd over multiple days, and it traditionally being, small herds of, 6-7 cows, if you went back 150 years ago, on reading that, I thought, well, that sort of set my mind going. And I thought, well, if we can give it a go and see if we can get it to work, it worked perfectly with, what we were doing, small scale, roughly the right part of the world. It just seemed to fit.
So, are you making the one style or different styles of Lancashire?
We just make one, which is sort of like a creamy Lancashire. Yeah.
Are you selling into Courtyard Dairy at all? Are they taking yours?
Courtyard Dairy takes it. Yeah. They'll be our most local cheese shop as well. So yeah.
I say I can almost open the window and shout at them, but yeah. And can we get it online?
I think you can get it through Courtyard Dairy. Yeah. Neil's Yard stock it as well, and various other places.
Yeah, and how do you see ideally it developing as far as the business and that side and the farm? We've been talking about agritourism, getting people onto the farms and different ways of making some brass alongside, the obvious bits we've talked about. What's your grand plan?
Well, we have a very small farm shop at the minute, which we just sell raw milk from, and our cheese obviously as well. I think going forward, just continue to sort of refine the cheese, learn, keep developing it, get it to where we want it to be. We sort of, as I said before, we have a very sort of grass-based system, and we milk the cows once a day. So trying to sort of emulate natural processes, natural systems. So with spring calving and that kind of thing. So continue to work and develop on, the farming side of it, sort of getting that right. Working within the natural capacity of the farm, and then hopefully that gives us great milk to work with, and then continue to work on the job of making cheese and get it to where we want it to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, raw milk, obviously, Bob Farrand, who set up the World Cheese Awards, great advocate of raw milk. We always have a raw milk prize category every year. And I think, I'm sure there are various people who track you down purely for that, able to buy the milk and also the cheese that it's then made from.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We've got people that come from all over to come and get raw milk, and they buy quantities that you could never believe. You know, there's people absolutely love it. So yeah, no, it's a great sort of customer base to have.
But it is, but we've had to fight for it as well, because, you know, some people, that's one of the, you know, coming out of the EU, maybe we've got more control over that. There is maybe an upside to some of these things where actually, you know, we can do more with raw milk rather than people saying, oh, you know, demonizing it. So I think you and many others have had to fight for your corner on that one. But good, you know, quite right. It's a brilliant, you know, anyone who's tasted Stichelton as well alongside yours will realize, you know, what you can make great cheese.
Yeah, no, it's raw milks. Yeah, the people that come and buy it are very passionate about it. You know, they absolutely love it.
Yeah, brilliant. So, and you're helped out by Beth, your partner, aren't you, on the farm?
Yeah. So Beth, my partner, sort of does sort of bits of admin pieces. She also works our farm, and then my mum does a lot of the farming stuff. Still, you know, we still have a flock of sheep on the farm as well. So, yeah, sort of a three-person effort.
Fantastic. What's mum called?
Mum's called Pen.
Pen. There you go. As in Penny.
Yeah, but she wouldn't. She wouldn't
don't call that Penelope. You'll get a thick ear if you say that. But Pen.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And I know that the recipe you use for is like 90, nearly 100 years old. But for your cheese, you know, it's one of those. How do you go about getting a recipe like that, as a matter of interest? Something with that such lineage. Do you have to go and open and crack a safe or something?
Something like that, yeah. No, it was one of those like a government, the version at the time of DEFRA sort of booklets on you know, regional types of cheese and best practice of making them, and a recipe in there. So that was sort of our original inspiration, and then we've taken that and made it work for, you know, our dairy and sort of modern sort of standards and all the rest of it. So yeah, no, that was a good find, and really interesting to hear about what they expected and wanted of Lancashire at the time.
Yeah. Are you doing afternoon milking today?
Luckily, I only milked once a day, so
I wasn't sure. You're just a morning milker.
Yeah, no. So yeah, we've got to get the milking out of the way first thing, and then cheese making.
Well,
and
having
all the
done
rest of it
quite a lot of that over the years myself, and more power to your elbow, literally. Good luck with tomorrow's milking. We will track you down to the Courtyard Dairy as well. Brilliant, but it is. So there, between Lancaster, Kendal, and Skipton, making great Lancashire cheese, but in Yorkshire. And so send our very best to Pen, Beth, and most particularly, thank you for giving up your time, Roger Cowgill. And we hope you get back into a little bit of brewing to go with your very fine cheese as well. And I know Newcastle Agricultural Department of the university will be very proud of you as one of their alumni. Top stuff.
No, thank you very much. Cheers.
Roger, it's been a joy. Thank you very much. Let's just move to one side. I want to see the poster behind you. It looks very Art Deco. Oh, Genevieve, there you go. So good they named the car after her. That's it. That could be Lancaster overlooking Morecambe Bay or something. Or not.
When the weather's right.
Yeah, when the weather's right. Roger, thank you so much. And never heard man
much.
With a surname like yours is very apt. Cowgill to all of them. Thank you. Lowlands Farm Dairy. Go and check out some very fine Lancashire. Cheers, Rog. There you go. That was great. Good lad. And that's again, just someone new into the industry, still milking by hand in a mobile parlour. It takes into the field, does it every morning, once a day, milking. Great. Now, we would be nowhere without some good people to put up in a brass behind these Virtual Cheese Awards. So I can't wait to meet our headline sponsors in person. Here they are. I can sense their aura. So let's bring it on. Let's meet Riser UK and let's find out more about our headline sponsor. Bit grown up, and put my shoes on. So it's good. We need bring another pew up. The chairs, the lads are in here. We'll squeeze in. Danny Kenworthy, well done. Stockport College alumni, HNC in business. There you go. Longdale High School. Paul Rees, head of marketing. self-schooled, brought up by a wild pack of wolves on the Yorkshire moors. No, that's a load of tosh. The Hertfordshire moors. There you go, gents. It's it. Look at that. Come on.
Sorry.
It's got very big legs. Well, thank you very much for getting behind these awards. You've got a bit of a sense of a slight brilliant lunacy of it all. But again, you might have been seeing some of the judging before. But actually, to get an insight into the brilliant judges and their palates and what goes into this, it's and you know, these people could be around the UK, they could be anywhere in the world. So
it's very different. So it's great to see it in person, live in person, and it's very, very different. And seeing, I like cheese, but it's very different from how they do it.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit about Riser to start with.
Yeah, sure. So Riser's a family business. Roger Riser runs the business now. His dad started it. 1959. So we're a machinery supplier. We supply lots of kit into lots of different industries. But cheese is one we're big into, but we want to get bigger into. And certainly the relationship with the VCA and joining theirs. We want to link into companies we don't know so well. And we wanted an avenue into that and to see how we could support. We do so many variants for the cheese world. You go in from kind of size reduction, you can do forming, portion, shapes, everything. So it's kind of what could we do and how could we work with them? And meeting Sarah, Cara, and Vicky and that team, John as well, and yourself, and it's been an experience. It really has.
Yeah, well, thank you for doing that as well. And Paul, what is it, if you're a cheesemaker there or a cheesemonger? I'm thinking, Riser, I want to know more about it. What do you think the advantages you could bring to them and make their businesses work better?
I think for us, it's, and this is reflected actually in our most recent advertising campaign, our trade advertising campaign. It's not just about the machinery. For us, it's about our relationships, our long-term relationships, and that's what makes us stand out actually from our from other suppliers. In that we work with businesses all different sizes. From small to large, and it says long-term relationships. So it says added value. We get to know our customers, personalized solutions. So it's that attention to detail, it's that collaboration that I think really sets us apart.
Yeah, and just on that note, you said it's a family business. How long has it say been on the go, and how many of you are in the business now?
It was 1959. Robert Riser started the business, and then Roger, his son, who's at the helm now. But Roger's he's in his 80s now, but he's still everywhere. He's
muscles in his spit. There you go. Yeah.
Absolutely. But he's what you see him doing what he's doing. You kind of buy into the whole thing of it, and we're the ones who are going to take it forward, I guess, into the next stage. But
where's base camp?
So Riser itself is US. So in Boston in the US, there's a Riser US, Riser Canada, and Riser UK. So we're in Milton Keynes in the UK. So a whole branch, full customer center for people to come down to and check machinery out and do trials. But then in terms of our supply equipment, they're based, most of it in Germany and Austria and Netherlands.
Yeah, wow. Excellent. So again, good pedigree as well with that. Yeah.
It's the real high-end machinery, but we work with, larger based companies, all your blue chip ones, but we also work with very, very small, startup bakeries, startup butchers, startup cheese plants.
Yeah.
It's the real full end of it.
Well, you've just given us a bit of an insight into that. But Paul, we're talking about the machinery. What type of machinery particularly are we talking about? What is it specifically that anyone watching this could think, oh yeah, I'd like to know more?
So a range of machinery for all different needs. So as Danny mentioned, it's we serve different sectors. So across cheese, dairy, meat, pet food, bakery. So whatever is required from a processing point of view and also a packaging point of view, we can provide. So whatever kind of processing needs or packaging needs, we've got the solution.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So, Danny, what type of, we talk about between processing and packaging, different bits of kit, what type of stuff would that be?
A lot of people are blending cheeses. So you're bowl chopping, that type of level. So you're blending it, turn it into a flavored truckle or whatever. So we can take it from that bowl chopper stage right through to the extrusion and forming, high weight control. So that side of it is pretty huge. You're forming lots of different shapes and sizes. You see all the wax cheeses in all different shapes and sizes. So we have different inserts. We can cut, we can block, we can package in a thermoform or a vat pack for the larger pieces. So there's a whole range of what we can do. It's a real big setup from that point.
Yeah, and Paul, it does sound like a pretty flexible setup as well. That's nice to have that. Excuse me. Oh, there we go. No, I don't think we're going to have that. Otherwise, that dog's going out, and I'm going with it. So, yeah, just that you've got that flexibility as well. But you know, you're of a size where you can work with your customer.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned earlier, we work with businesses of all sizes. So, you know, we help businesses. We've got flexible financing options. We have those relationships that, you know, that very closely with, you know, small businesses working from their home to larger kind of multinational companies. So, you know, we have teams. We've got service teams cover nationwide. So we work with companies across the UK.
And one of the guys that was going to come down today, that we were very close with, JJ Sandhams.
Yep.
I think you might know Chris.
I do indeed.
Chris mentioned he'd met you some years ago, and but yeah, Chris was going to come down, but he's out playing golf, I believe. but yeah, Chris.
Tough life. Yeah,
a great setup. We've got a fantastic relationship with those guys, and it's, you know, we do lots of different things with them. Their packaging was suffering. So we helped them out with their packaging machine that they could smoke enough cheese, but they couldn't pack it. So we helped them out with packaging. Then we helped them out on the truckle side of it as well. A lot of manual labour doing the truckles, helped them out with that. So it's just changed their business, and that's their words. You know, it's changed their business going forward.
But one of the big factors to come out of today as well is to make biggest strengths, know what your what your weaknesses are. So if you're very good at making cheese, or if you're very good at marketing, but there are whole other elements that you're not so good at. Particularly if you're hoping to expand a business, you could do very well with an artisan cheese, but you want to then upscale it. And that's where I think the skill comes in, working with people like yourself. So you can still keep the quality there without that, and maybe make it even more consistent, but you can make more of it and get it out to the market. So again, as Paul, it's where it's a win-win. You know, you're helping cheesemakers to make a better product, but make more of it.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, I think with obviously a lot of cheesemakers, you know, wastage can be a real challenge, and I think our automation solutions, our portioning, for example, can help our customers and cheesemakers reduce that wastage, which obviously that has, if you're a small business especially, it has a real impact on your margins of business. So, automating that process can really help with that wastage issue.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I think we just talked about be a Bostonian. Funny enough, my wife is the marketing director of TK Maxx, or TJ Maxx, as they call them, in America, set up in Framingham in Boston by a second-generation Sicilian, Ben Camerata, who's still around now. But again, from that nerve center, but very entrepreneurial as a business. But they looked to Europe early on to think not only to buy from because of the quality, as you've just proved, you're talking about Germany and the Netherlands and what have you, but also as a natural extension of appreciation of quality and working with like-minded people. I think those relationships, again, because of that word of mouth, if someone says, oh, I've worked with Danny and Paul and it's great, and they're the best, you can get ahead with.
It's absolutely like that. We tend not to go in and try and sell a silver box that's going to do a certain job. We tend to let us look at the process. Let us have a walk around your factory. Let's see what's happening. And then take it from there, really. We want to help them solve the solution, solve their pains before we put a silver box in there.
Well, there's no doubt that Vicky and Sarah and Cara, who all run the Cheese Award, again, there's an address book. It's amazing, but these are people who've been in the industry for a long time. I mean, for still one so young, that they. But if you think about it, but Sarah, worked, for Asda, for all those years, and 15 years running, the dairy side as well. But and a lot of the people who she worked with have gone on to do other things as well, and they spend a lot of her time with her SALSA accreditation as well, working with startup businesses. Some people have moved from other worlds into this as well. But again, looking to help with their systems, and then also and their manufacture, and that's something where otherwise you plow on. But actually, it's just such a blessed relief when you sit down with someone and says, "Have you thought about this? Can we help you with that?"
And that's the approach we take with our sales, our whole sales approach and our marketing communications are around that customer first. It's not about preaching or trying to sell. It's about seeking to understand first. So we ask a lot of questions. We speak to our customers. We find out what their challenges are, what their pains are, And then we provide the right solutions, not just a solution we want to sell. It's a right solution for that customer, and every customer is different. They have different needs.
Yeah. And was Cheese Versailles, was that something that they were already dealing with in America, or is it something you've looked upon more since they moved into Europe?
We do a lot with cheese, a lot in the UK as well. But it's just a case of just trying to grow it that bit more.
Yeah.
And I think we've only been with these guys for sort of 18 months with Sarah and the team. And I think with me visiting the specialty awards down in London, kind of got to really meet them and see how well they get on with their clients. And we want to be part of that. And the relationship they've got and the knowledge they've got between them, it's a great team to be working with, to be fair. And we're enjoying the ride, and we'll hopefully continue doing so. And we're very proud to be sponsoring the event.
And as an industry, it's fascinating right across it, because you've got these really artisanal who just, the three women cheesemakers I've just been speaking to, two based in Scotland, one based in Cheshire, are farm, but they're generational, but still farm businesses. And then other ones, which those have expanded, and they are, you think of barbers, you think of all the different sizes, which are pretty big cheese producers. So along the way, but they've all had to expand en route. And also, I suppose for you, it's looking at your customer and thinking, well, what's going to work best for them? You go in there, Paul, and look at them and think, well, this will be there. This might do them down the line, but at the moment, this is where they're at.
Yeah, and that's why, as we referenced earlier, we work with customers long term. It's not just transactional relationship.
No.
So there are examples of customers we work with that started off in their kitchen at home, and then now got big multi sites. So we grow with our customers, which is why we're flexible in terms of solutions, financing, etc. We want those long term relationships.
Yeah, and Danny, you see that when you go onto a farm and there's you literally see them working from the farm buildings, but to put some kit in there. And also, I work with farm shops and lots of butchers based now on farms, for instance, and you can see again how entrepreneurial some of the farming folk are.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We're often knocking on the farm shops just to introduce ourselves to see what they do. They've often got the butcheries and cheese bakeries, and it's looking at the setup, because a lot of companies don't know who we are, and we're trying to spread that word. We can offer a lot, and it's a lot of customers can benefit from that.
And how does it then work, Paul, as far as a backup service? And once you've got the kit in situ, do you have a team go around and service it?
We've got I'd probably say one of the biggest service teams in the UK from a supplier point of view. So we cover all of the UK. We've got a really comprehensive range of parts available pretty much on demand. So our service team work very closely with our customers across the whole of the UK.
Yeah, and it is definitely an interesting community. It's once you get involved with them, and certainly again, entrepreneurial farmers will be looking. It's a cautious market at the moment. Everyone knows. People are careful how they spend the brass.
Of course. Yeah. The Sandhams example I used before, that they've been let down in the past. They didn't know us at all, so you had to. Ultimately, we're going to be spending a lot of money, and you have to give them the confidence that we would look after them. And if you speak to Chris and Michelle now, and they'll absolutely back that up. We just drop in for coffee as we see what's going on, see if they need any support. Training sessions, follow-up training sessions to make sure they're doing it right. It's the whole package of it. It's not just sell a machine, disappear. We're massively about the whole journey with them. Taking them from whatever that startup is, from a kitchen with a small machine to right to the end where there are 3 factories in different countries or something like that. It's very much from the very beginning to the very top.
Well, I'm going to ask you both then, just as a summing up. So if people don't know about Riser, what to expect from you, why they should make that call and get in touch, and how it can help their business and to expand and move on from there. There you go, Mr. Al.
I think if I have to, I'm beating the drum again, but I think if we have to sum it up, it's people, in one word, people. It's not just machinery. We are a solutions provider. We're not just a machinery supplier. So it's all about the people.
We talk about the Riser family, don't we?
Yes.
The Riser family is a big thing, and it's kind of, you're almost welcoming customers into the family, and you kind of see that the relationships we build with people. It's not just about the machinery that helps them. It's everything else.
And it's on. A lot of companies have words written on a wall. It's on our walls in our offices, but we live it, and there's every touch point that our customers deal with with different departments, especially the frontline teams. It's, we're living and breathing it every day in what we do.
And how many of you are in the team in the UK?
There's about 110 now in the UK, which has grown significantly in probably the last 5 to 10 years. A lot of probably 50, 60 in the office, and then 30, 40 on the road, sort of sales and service team. So it's a big setup.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an impressive place.
So, Paul, if you want to find out more, where do we visit?
So visit our website if you want to find out more. It's riseruk.co.uk. You'll find all the contact details on there, information about our range of solutions for customers, or LinkedIn. Visit us on the LinkedIn, Riser UK. So I'd love to hear from you and see if we can help serve you, as it were.
There you go. But you heard it from the Paul Rees and Danny Kenworthy. Thank you very much. Thank you for being headline sponsors for the Virtual Cheese Awards. It does mean a huge amount to us. It means that we can get out there and continue this rather brilliant, originally nicely bonkers, but now working. But it's fantastic, and and we're getting a lot of great feedback. Excuse the pun, because there's some great cheeses. Never have we had more 10 out of 10s than this year. And thank you for tracking us down in in rural Hertfordshire in Barden Towers. And I'm glad the dog shut up.
Thanks for inviting us.
No, brilliant. Well, we'll be roasting the fatted calf and eating your own body weight in cheese out there. But Paul, thank you so very much.
Thanks,
Danny, there you go. We've got to go and do some more awards, but you can relax, get your blood changed, hang from a beam, and watch proceedings. But there you go. Riser UK, thank you very much, in the fine form of Paul and Danny. Great. There you go. We're moving on. That was top stuff, and I actually understood what they were talking about, which was really, they made it that easy and clear, which was good. Right, it's that time. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. It is the big final results time. So here we go, of the Virtual Cheese Awards 2025. Jack, come on. Hey, here we go. Fun-filled, brilliantly tasty afternoon day. Well, 2 days as well. Stunning British cheeses, testament to the skill and craftsmanship of British cheesemakers. Brilliant cheese judges, done us proud, all 12 of them. As far as we're concerned, everyone absolutely is a winner, but we've got some finalists as well, and we've got some winners. We want to share the love with you, tell you more about it. The Supreme Champion will win a listing on Waitrose cheese counters. And then the final 8 category winners will get the opportunity to showcase their cheese at Waitrose HQ. That's in July of this year. And we need to crown the winners. So we'll announce the winners of each of the 8 categories, then announce the top 3 highest scoring cheeses from the 8 categories, who will win bronze, silver, and best of British Supreme Champion 2025. The 2025 champion will join an illustrious group of British cheeses which have gone on to for great success. We had a couple of winners in the early years from Felton's Farm, the Renegade Monk, really brilliant soft blues cow milk cheese made from organic pasteurized cow's milk and rime washed in ale. And then the year after, it was Felton's Farm La Fresca Margarita, their fresh cheese made with pasteurized cow's milk, inspired by the cheesemaker's travels in Latin America and Spain. And then 2022, Keen's Cheddar, the traditional raw milk, extra mature cheddar, made by James Keen and the family as well. Cloth-bound cheddar, matured for a minimum of 12 months. And then 2023, Montgomery, the mature cheddar, traditional cheddar. Jamie Montgomery's already been talked about today, and they've obviously South Cadbury, and we talked about, I did anyway, Teal's Farm Shop, which is really on their land, but really good. Do get down there if you can. That's 12 months aging on wooden shelves. And then 2024, Witheridge in Hay, made by the Oxfordshire-based dairy Nettlebed Creamery, organic, semi-hard Alpine style cheese aged in hay. The judges decided it as a unusual, complex, rich, nutty cheese, cinnamon back notes, and great balance between sweet and savory. So those are our 4 winners since 5 winners since 2020. And I'm delighted that we've got all the backstage at the moment. We've got our category winners as well. So we're going to find out who has won what, and we're going to take it from there, methinks. Okay, right. I'll get my notes up and ready. Here we go. Brilliant. And just great that we've been speaking to Paul, obviously, and Danny, because they're here and they're going to be handing out these accolades. So there you go. Sarah, as well done. I hope her voice has come back. There's Paul over there and Danny with me. Here you come. Brilliant. It's been a great day. I'd hopefully see some of the judging going on, but
watched some of it. Yeah, been watching. Yeah, it's been fantastic stuff going on.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done to you. Okay. So we're going to announce the winners of each of the 8 categories. And we're starting. Here we go. Sarah and Paul, fingers on buzzers. You're right. You ready? Give us the thumbs up. Mr. Reese, there you go. Fine indeed. So the first one, it is going to be best cheddar. Right. No sting for that one, so straight on. Best, methinks, is that right? Do we have best cheddar sting? If not, no, I'm going straight.
No sting. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I can tell you that the winner, and I think we've got the crew, some of them standing by, which is rather good, ready to be accoladed in our backstage part. Here we go. The winner, Best Cheddar Virtual Cheese Awards 2025. It is Extra Mature Cheddar from J.A.&E Montgomery. So Montgomery's Cheddar, North Cadbury. I've just been talking about them coincidentally. Will, there you go. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Always good. It's slightly weird, I know, with the screens and everything, but that's just the way it's working in the new world. You're a young person, so you'll know more about these things than me. But well done. The quality and consistency is something that you pride yourselves on, and probably has got better and better as the years have gone on.
Well, I'm sure Dad would say that. I've only been on the farm for 6 months, so years of consistency I can't really comment on. But I know that there's quite a reputation that comes with the cheese right now. Yeah.
Well, I can just tell you what our judges said about your extra mature cheddar. Here we go. A wonderful aroma of musty cellars with a grassy earthiness, an insane flavor, sharp and tangy with a Marmite and Bovril notes. Absolutely incredible. So well done. I know that 120 cheeses are made weekly from the milk produced by the Montgomery herd of 200 Frisian cows, and that's matured for about a year, wrapped in muslin cloth on wooden shelves. So well done to you. Brilliant. Congratulations. Hurrah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, best speciality cheese winner. And I can tell you we're staying in the same terrain because it is another Montgomery, and it's the Ogleshield as well. So well done to you, Will, on that one. You've got 2. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but I'm telling you now as well done. Semi-hard washed rind cheese, crafted by Jamie and the crew at Manor Farm in North Cadbury. So well done. Breakthrough came when Neil's Yard dairy Bill Oglethorpe, you might well know this story really well, suggested regularly washing the wheels in brine, yielding a sticky pink orange rind, and the judges' flawless cheese with a clean, deep, buttery, herbaceous flavour. Really, really enjoyable. Well done. 2 up. You might go for a clean sheet here. How's your blue cheese?
I'm sure Dad would want to say thank you very much for you guys and for the event. Yeah.
Where is the old goat? Oh,
he's got a well-earned break before we do second cut, so he's having a little bit of a holiday. We'll be back on it next week.
Well, we'll allow him to be back on it next week. But congratulations, well done to you. Fantastic, brilliant, Sarah. That's exciting, isn't it? How's the voice?
It's gradually coming back, Nigel. Thank you very much. Yeah, having
two winners from Montgomery.
Amazing. Yeah, we have. Double winners are fantastic. Very unusual, but fantastic. So some more surprises to come, actually. So watch and listen.
There you go. And also, because we've still got the Supreme as well, so it could be any of our category winners. So, Will, don't go too far. Okay. Best territorial winner. Moving on. And I can tell you that the best territorial winner goes to Mrs. Bourne's Cheshire Cheese. There you go. Malpass in Cheshire. I think we've got a Hugo Bourne. There you go, Hugo. Well,
Hey.
well done.
Thank you very much.
Judges, good annatto color, open texture, citrus aroma with a good crumble and a wonderfully buttery mouthfeel with zesty notes and lots of complexity. That's just talking about you, Hugo. Never mind.
Well, thank you very much.
But no, great. Well done. I mean, all that hard graft suddenly seems worthwhile.
Absolutely. I'm quite a newcomer to the cheese world. So, but as a family, we've been making cheese for a long time. And I think Cheshire cheese lost its way in the market slightly. So I made it with the help of my carer, or other half, Charlotte, to sort of bring it to put it back on the map, if you like, where it was probably 60 years ago. So having a result like this today is absolutely fantastic. Over the moon.
Yeah. It's great, actually. We had Sarah Appleby on earlier on again. So, and growing up in a Cheshire world for me, brilliant. I know you've been at it 1750, so there is, there's some lineage we're talking about with your family.
Well, I look quite well for it, don't I? I don't look too bad for that age, do I?
No, very, very well. And we've got some of our other finalists amongst us as well. So that's good to see them as well. You're in good company, Hugo. There's some real talent on this screen in front of me, without doubt, indeed. So well done to them. Okay, so that's best. Just to recap, you two, or you 3, 4, whatever it is. Well done. Our first one, best cheddar, was the extra mature from Montgomery's, and they also got their best speciality, which was Ogleshield, and now Hugo Bourne's just picked it up on behalf of the best territorial winner, which was Mrs. Bourne's Cheshire cheese. I'm joined by Danny and Paul Rees there. Danny here, who's the main man with me from Riser UK, and obviously Sarah DeWitt, one of the founders of the Virtual Cheese Awards, is on screen as well. Okay, moving on. Best blue cheese winner. I'm delighted to say this year, best blue goes to Cropwell Bishop. There you go. Of course, Cropwell Bishop in Nottingham. Robin Scales, I think, is around and about somewhere.
No, unfortunately, he's not actually here today, but I'm representing.
Oh, sorry, India. There you go. That's it. Yeah. No, but
don't quite look the same.
Robin, well, good luck to him. But well done, indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Your judges, a very good example of a Stilton, good consistent rind, rich blue veining, fudgy texture, outrageously good creamy mouthfeel, with an explosion of brothy Marmite flavour. Well done indeed. One of the only 6 dairies, of course, in the world licensed to make Stilton with your own PDO, etc. But fantastic, really good, and was in great nick today.
Thanch you.
Bravo.
Thank
Best
you very
blue
much.
cheese is Cropwell Bishop, and then India. Thank you very much. Boston, who's just done the honours on the screen. That'll mean a lot to you and the crew back at base camp.
Oh, it does. Everyone, we've had it on in the dairy this afternoon, so we were watching the judging. So everyone's been popping in to see what was going on. And I think from last week, especially the afternoon of the year, everyone realised how difficult it is to make a blue cheese actually blue. It's so temperamental. There's so many things you can do wrong, but when you do get it right, it's a fantastic cheese.
Yeah, and well done. And also, it was really interesting to see the judges going through their paces as well, and judging as they do, and to give you as a cheese producer, an insight into the whole process. Well, and I think
absolutely. I mean, the fantastic things they were saying. So thank you to all the judges, because it really does mean a lot to us. So,
I know Danny and Paul, again, it's something just to see that actually happening around us has been a real privilege. So well done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. You can relax for a moment. There you can, India. Okay, it is best enhanced cheese. And I can tell you that the winner is, with their Barncliffe Truffle Brie, it's Millwood Artisans, and it's Yorkshire Fine Cheese, based in Shelley and Huddersfield. Ruth Baker. There you go. How are you? You're all right?
I'm well, thank you.
Yeah, this is
Thank
nice.
you very
I'm
much.
loving your Marvel background as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's it. See, that's it. We're marveling at your quality of your cheese.
Yeah.
And the team. And how many of you are involved in the process? How many of you are on site?
Oh, it's just me.
Well, even better. You are a superhero in every sense.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, let me say in that case, Ruth, just you on your own, brilliant superhero. but judges, an impressive looking cheese, soft, ripe aroma, just a hint of truffle, creamy with a mushroom flavor, and the truffle is well balanced. Marvelous sweetness, a dance of the taste buds with truffle. There you go, indeed.
Lovely.
But yeah,
Thank
Barncliffe Truffle-Free and small batch cheese made in Shelley, of course, near Huddersfield. And yeah, my lot was from Thunderbridge, Dad's family, so not a million miles from you. Mum lot were from Armley. There you go. But high fat, high protein, fabulous cheese. Well done, fantastic. You must
Thank
be.
you very much.
I hope you're suitably chuffed. But all that hard graft suddenly makes it worthwhile.
Thank
well
you.
done. That's brilliant. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, here we go. Best artisan hard, and I'm delighted to say, here we go. This is a cheese I know well, much accoladed. It is Cornish Kern from Liner Dairies, of course, near Truro in Cornwall. Otto is in the house. How are you doing, Otto? I've got hair envy. You're looking a good thatch there. Well done to you. The judges, it's a beautiful black rind with the aroma of Karamak. You're too young to know that, but it's a bar of chocolate. Alongside earthy hay notes, credibly delicious with a hint of candied orange peel. This was Supreme Champion, of course, at the World Cheese Awards in 2017. Yeah, Catherine, well done to her. Mumsy, Mead, but brilliant liner, fantastic. Again, nice to be appreciated, I'm sure, Otto, all the hard graft that you put in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's a cheese that continuously challenges us and throws curveballs, probably like a lot of cheese we have. So it's really nice to be reminded that what we're doing is good and on the right trajectory, and to have an accolade like that.
Yeah, no, well, how many now? I'm just going to, you need to mute yourself, Sarah, if you can do that. But Otto, yeah, how many of you are at Liner now? I mean, I've been around it but not for a few years.
So we've got a shop team as well. So there's about 19 cheesemakers plus the shop and farm.
Yeah. Well, it's, yeah, I mean, obviously your Yarg as well is very famous, fantastic as well. Yeah. Great cheese, but yeah, nice to be consistently good and improving all the time, particularly with this one, which is one of the newer cheeses as well. So well done. Massive congratulations. Best Artisan Hard winner, Cornish Kern. Fantastic. Okay. Right. Best artisan cheese from your own herd. I'm just going to ask you just to mute yourselves. There you go. So this is using milk from your own herd. Delighted to say, oh my goodness, this is someone we've had on the screen. Well, certainly the creamery we've had on the screen, if not the particular person, but we're going to find out more. It is best artisan cheese from your own herd. It's Blackmount. It's from Errington Cheese. Brilliant. Well, South Lanarkshire, Scotland. Angela, welcome. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Not too bad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Skyped out the cheese room early to come and do this, so that was good.
Yeah, well, we much appreciate you doing that as well. And Selena was with us early on. That was a great panel as well. We had of women in cheese. Judges, here we go. Good character, gentle ash covering, an intense honeycomb aroma, and a lovely mousse-like texture. Its acidity cleans the palate with good acidity, and there you go. And a nod to goat, but very, very Moorish. Of course, Errington's based at Walston Brayhead Farm in South Lanarkshire in Scotland. Yeah, great part of the world. Cheese is made from unpasteurized milk from their Sarnen Toggenburg and Alpine goats, gently warmed, cultured, and allowed to set overnight before hand ladled into distinctive pyramid-shaped molds. Brilliant, lovely, beautiful artisan cheese. So well done, Angela.
Yeah, thank you very much
indeed. That's our best artisan cheese, own herd winner, and then best artisan soft winner. Stay where you are, Angela. It is the Elric Log. There you go, from Errington Cheese. Fantastic. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Quite right. Three-finger ripple. Well done. But there you go. Don't mind Hugo. Bring in all the family and the dog. It's okay. Don't mind that. But it's a very welcoming screen that we have here. But well done. Judges, beautiful looking cheese. Good wrinkle on the rind with a clean and not too goaty aroma. Really lovely, long, lingering finish. A marvelous cheese. Well done to you. Delicate ash rind not only lends visual appeal, but also introduces gentle smokiness and umami depths. Get you, all the crew in South Lanarkshire.
Yeah, we're all really thrilled. It's great. And we all work. I mean, I didn't like goat's cheese, so I started making it. So it's lovely that everybody else has enjoyed it as well. Really happy.
How many different cheeses are you making now?
We've got the 2 goat's cheeses. There's 2 soft ones, and then we've got a semi-hard goat and a hard goat. But we don't make them that often because we just don't have enough milk most of the time. Plus the Coralin from the sheep's milk and Lanark Blue from the sheep's milk.
Yeah, and that is the problem again. Goat's great, but they don't produce a lot of milk, so it's always under constant supply. Yeah, well done. Congratulations to you again, the Elric log to go alongside your Black Mount. So not only winners of best cheese, artisan cheese from your own herd, but also soft, best artisan soft. They're fantastic. Well done, Angela and all the crew. Thank you, Selena. And Hugo Bourne, welcome. Who have you brought? Who's the new family member you've just brought with you? Very fine-looking beast.
So this is Pacho. So Pacho belongs to Charlotte. Pachos is a keen member of the cheese tasting team here at Bourne's Cheese.
Well, I'd put Pacho in head of marketing as well. That's very good. I just feel a new logo. Oh my goodness! There you go.
Meet Jax. He is the newest recruit. He's coming on cow dog.
Yeah.
He's only 6 months old though, so he's just taking his time.
It's like being with the Waltons. It's fantastic. It's absolutely brilliant. There you go. Will, Otto, Angela, India, bring Ruth, bring in the camels, the alpacas, the dogs. We don't mind. That's what it's all about. So very welcoming. Here we go. That was best artisan soft winner. Now, obviously, I have no idea what's going to happen from now on because someone's going to produce this. But we have the supreme winners. I'm right here, Sarah. Give me a nod if I'm doing everything in the correct order. I think I am. And it is, So all 6 are on the screen with us because out of these, we're going to have a supreme, but we're going to do it in 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. The only thing at the moment, Sarah, I don't know who those winners are because I haven't got that information. Either. Yes, so you can have a bring it through. You could do it. I know it's going to be announced.
Haven't sent the information, but we can do that if you would like us to. So yeah.
Well, okay. So that's it. I am damp with anticipation because I also don't know. Virtual Cheese Awards 2025. I'm just gripping. Here we go. Absolutely with Gay Abandoned Danny because I'm. I don't know what's happening, but here we go. It is to announce in 3rd place for the Supreme Champion out of all the category winners we've already had. Sarah, will you please announce? Or you've got Reese alongside you. Yeah, I don't mind. Whoever you.
Okay, so just before I do, firstly, to say we are so proud to be part of the VCA this year. And without further ado, 3rd place. Extra mature cheddar, J, A, and E.
Yeah, Montgomery.
Limited.
Well done, Will. We've got another accolade, 3rd place. I don't think. Well, that's great. I'd like to come first. Sorry, I'm not on this occasion, but maybe you do because you've got 2 winners. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But well done. And again, I mean, just great to be appreciated and to think, well, you're still doing it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything I'm learning at the moment, getting into this, just got to make sure I don't change anything.
Yes,
keep it all the same as you have been doing for many years.
But your quality's always been up there, and you've got to keep your really eye on the ball. Actually, that's where people like companies like Riser are pretty good, I think, because the idea is to help the consistency of it all, which is what we're all trying to achieve. To make sure you spend so much time making a great cheese, is to make sure that it's good on a regular with changing milk and all the different things that seasonality brings with it. But no, well done, fantastic 3rd place, much appreciated. Hurrah! Okay. In 2nd place, Virtual Cheese Awards 2025, Sarah DeWitt and Reese, Big Bad Paul from Riser UK. Over to you two, a dynamic duo.
So in 2nd place, massive congratulations, Mrs. Bourne's Cheshire Cheese, HS Bourne.
Great, fantastic, Hugo. It's a 2-dog celebration, 2-prize day. Well done.
A lot of people who know me would say it's very difficult to see me speechless, but I think it is generally. Yeah, I am. I haven't got a lot. what do I say? That's brilliant. Great news. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, no, well done to you. And it's a real family effort. How old are the cherubs?
How old are the who's?
Your uncle. Have you got children? I'm presuming.
Well, yes, but they're not directly involved yet in the Cheese.
No, I know. I didn't mean that.
A little bit too young,
life, you know.
but there is hope. But Dad is still kicking around, so he hasn't fallen off his perch just yet. At 83, he's still keeping an eye on me, making sure that I'm keeping on the straight and narrow. And I've changed things slightly. I've probably brought things into the 21st century. But I'm trying to keep everything as traditional as I possibly can, because I think it helps to make a traditional product, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Well, also let you know that I am going to taste all of your cheeses over the next few weeks on the radio, on BBC Radio. So I'll let you know when that's going to be. But well done. You know, it's fantastic, and well done for your other category award, but also getting up for the Virtual Cheese Award 2025. So here we go, the big one. Massive roll of drums. I've only had that sound effect. Here we go. So the winner will get a listing on Waitrose and Partners for Counters. Thank you, Sarah Minnis, for continued support of British cheeses and judging today that she did and for the interview. The 2025 champion, the illustrious group we've already just said of the British cheeses have gone before that. From Feltham Farm, the Renegade Monk, La Fresca Margarita in 2021, Keen's Cheddar 2022, Montgomery, of course, Mature Traditional in 2023, and Witheridge in Hay last year. The Oxford Dairy, rather brilliant Nettlebed Creamery. But Best of British Supreme Champion 2025. And Danny, you and I are going to have to sit back because we haven't got that envelope. No. But Paul Rees of Riser UK, headline sponsor, and thank you so much to the two of you, the Danny and Paul show, for doing this. Sarah DeWitt alongside him, making sure he doesn't make a complete hash of it. He's doing well. Paul Rees, over to you. 2025 Virtual Cheese Awards Supreme Champion is
Blue Stilton Cropwell Bishop.
Woo! Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well done. Brilliant.
Oh, it's
Thank
great.
you very much, Ruth and Otto and Angela and Will and all the crew. We really do appreciate that. And Hugo. But India, just absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's a great pedigree, but I have to say that cheese, cheese has its day, but today and yesterday, it was tasted just sublime.
Well, thank you. I mean, it is, again, I've said it is a really difficult cheese to make, but we have been really, really focusing on improving the quality of our cheeses. The judges picked up quite a lot on the rind and how the rinds changed slightly and that it had a nice rind. And that is one thing that we've really focused on. So actually seeing that come through and seeing that we have made a difference and people have actually acknowledged it is brilliant. So thank you.
Not at all. I mean, it's got great pedigree, but half the thing is not to make sure that it's just consistently good. It gets better, you know, through the processing.
Yeah, there's so much that goes into it, and we're so grateful. I mean, we've got an absolutely fantastic team here at Cropwell, and they all do their little part. I mean, we are quite a big team, but actually, and we are quite big producers of Stilton, but we still do predominantly most things by hand. We're still doing it in the old-fashioned way. We're still doing it in a traditional way, and to be able to produce a product that is actually becoming more and more consistently good in quality is something it's an accolade to our team as well. It's really, we're really.
I mean, you
proud
can
of
see in the black and white pictures behind you, there is some lineage. I mean, how far back are we stretching, Cropwell?
I think we're sort of down early 1900s. So it's obviously Robin is third generation now. We actually had his two sons with us at Melton Cheese Market Cheese Fair the other weekend, it was great to get them involved too. They're still quite young, but they are really getting into it, which is lovely. So
yeah, I bet.
Be the fourth generation of Cropwell Bishop and the Scales family.
That is fantastic as well, and it's great to be able to share the love this way on screens all around the world. You know, I mean, it's
and yeah, thank you for sorting it all out and for organising it all, because it's a brilliant award.
Well,
thank you.
It's a big thank you actually to Sarah, Cara, and Vicky elsewhere, and because they're the ones who dreamed it up originally. Nigel Pooley as well, but it was their idea to do this during lockdown to support the marvelous cheesemongers and cheese makers. Yeah. Obviously, crucially that we have in the UK, and to try and get your product to market when all the restaurants and hotels and pubs are closed down. So just out of the back of that, it's been a great journey, and we really appreciate. So massively well done to you and your fine blue cheese, but of course Cropwell Bishop Creamery and your blue, and just a great Stilton, fantastic. India Bolston, send our love to all the crew. Really,
thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you very much indeed, Paul and Danny again from Riser UK. Really do appreciate your support, and good luck, and we'll help prize open those address books so you can go and visit the people, and then it's over to you two and the team obviously to go and bring people on board and to show them how they can improve their businesses through your involvement, which we really do appreciate.
It's been a pleasure. Congratulations to all the finalists and to Cropwell at the end as well as being the supreme champion. But yeah, we'll happily help wherever it's needed. But yeah, congratulations to all. I'm looking forward to tasting some of these finalists.
Yes,
afterwards.
Yeah, well, actually, you might do. We're all next door, so there you go. So, okay, a few thank yous. Well done indeed to all the people who entered this year. Really do appreciate all the class and category winners, amazing excellence award winners as well. Cara Bowen, thank you for getting all of that together. All the entries to the 2025 awards will have a chance to display and sample their cheese on the VCA stand at the Speciality and Fine Food Fair on the 10th and 11th of September at Kensington Olympia. I'm going to go to some of our sponsors. Bear with me a second, and our judges, because they've done a great job. Riser UK, of course, for Danny and Paul show, much appreciated. Headline sponsors, Miller's Crackers, Checker, CHECK QR, there you go, ECQR, Waitrose, Tesco, White Farms, Butler Farmhouse, Cheese for the Aprons, hurrah, thank you very much. Harvey and Brockles, Hadlow Edwards as well, for all their expertise, Neil's Yard Dairy, Specialty and Fine Food Show, of course, we just talked to them. And what about these for our judges? Bromwell Percival, Emma Young, Kay Brennan, Sarah Minnis, Perry Wakeman, Charlie Turnbull, Ruth Raskin, Ned Palmer, James Grant, Russell Haggerty, Simon Ferro, Paul Heisman, Terry Hudson, Nicola Green, Stephen Fleming, Nikki Phillips, Alan Kirby, Steve Parker, Keith Kendrick, Charlotte Smith Jarvis, Jane Quick, Daniel Abdafid, Kelly Cryer, Jonathan Piercy, Tanny Gill, and our moderators, of course, Nicola Green, Danielle Tingy, Vicky Rogerson, Cara Bowen, Jonathan Piercy, Lisa Marrows for support on the VCA social media, Rupert Cook for all his design work, brilliantly talented Rupert, Nikki Wilkinson and Clemmy Crowther, brilliant, excellent work delivering the live event over the 2 days. Backstage, you deserve a large English Sauvignon Blanc or Bacchus or something to be rinsing your teeth in. Well done. No mean feat to everyone in chat. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah DeWitt. Brilliant. And it's been a pleasure being involved. I'm going to shake your hand indeed. Thank you. That's I think you've just done a knuckle. We used to be an arm wrestler. Good old Danny.
But also a huge thank you to you, Nigel, for being an absolutely superb, amazing host, as always. Not only for the event, but also to hold it at your home here. It's a truly amazing feat. So thank you so much for helping us.
What a great way to spend the Tuesday and Wednesday in June. Fantastic. And we will spread the love for the Virtual Cheese Awards and certainly I'll be tasting some of these on the radio, but well done to all our brilliant cheese producers. They've done a fantastic job, and the cheesemongers who purvey them as well. And then all the backup teams, the ones who provide all the kits to help them be able to do that. And of course, Sarah, Cara and Vicky, you've done a fabulous job. You should be very proud of you. VCA, Virtual Cheese Awards, all online. Go to the .com site and you'll find out the winners this year. And well done. You all deserve a large glass of something. Well done. Been a great 2 days. Thank you so much for having us all. And it's been a privilege to be hosting it. Thank you.